At the age of 16, she was arrested for killing a man who'd picked her up for sex after she'd been forced into sexual slavery as a child. She was sentenced to life in prison after being convicted of first-degree murder for shooting her rapist. Today's Cyntoia Brown Long joins us to share her experience, what's happened in the 15 years since she was incarcerated, and how she won her release. In an incredible development, Cyntoia was granted clemency in January after former Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam commuted her sentence for murdering 43-year-old Johnny Allen, a state agent who took her to his home for sex in 2004. Cyntoia says Allen was behaving erratically and owned a number of guns, and that she feared for her life when she shot him in the head and made her escape. At the time, she was being sexually trafficked and repeatedly abused and drugged and forced into prostitution by a pimp nicknamed Cutthroat. She was just 16 years old at the time of the shooting, but she was tried as an adult and convicted of first-degree murder and aggravated robbery in 2006 without the possibility for parole until 2055. Juveniles in Tennessee who are sentenced to life in prison must spend at least 51 years behind bars. Cyntoia's case drew widespread attention on social media under the hashtag #FreeCyntoiaBrown. Pop superstar Rihanna wrote, "Something's horribly wrong when the system enables these rapists and the victim is thrown away for life." After her repeated appeals in the case were denied, Cyntoia spoke at her clemency hearing in January.
I can't make up for what I did, but they've given me a chance to do so much more. You know, I've been able to help people, which is amazing. Young people, young kids, they listen. And I'm still going to try to help people. I still am, because it's something that people need to understand. It's something people need to know. There's so many things that I understand now that I didn't know. And there's so many young people that still don't know. And I feel called to share that. And whatever you decide, I respect it. But I mean, I do pray that you show me mercy and that you give me a second chance. That is my prayer. And I can assure each and every one of you that if you do, like, I won't disappoint you. I'm not going to let you down.
That was Cyntoia Brown Long speaking in January. She was ultimately granted clemency and released from prison in August. She is now 31 years old. This week, she published a book about her experience. She's doing her first interviews. Her memoir is titled Free Cyntoia, My Search for Redemption in the American Prison System. Cyntoia Brown Long, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. So you are sentenced to life in prison at the age of 16 years old. If you would go back in time and tell us what happened on the night of August 7th, 2004, what led to, well, everything that has happened now, although there was so much before it.
So on the night of August 7th, I was involved with a man by the name of Cutthroat, as you mentioned, and I was going out, meeting with men, having sex for money, and one of the men that had picked me up was a 43-year-old man, as you said, a real estate agent. And he took me back to his home. Just started acting really like strange. I started to feel like I was in a situation that I just couldn't get out of, although I just kind of just wanted to just leave. Felt very uncomfortable, was showing off his guns, things like that. Things just really escalated, and it came to a point where I shot him. I felt that something was about to happen to me. I left, went back to the room.
Got in his pickup truck.
Right, got in his pickup truck. That was the only way I could go back, and went back to the hotel room that I had shared with Cutthroat. Within 24 hours, the police had come and arrested me. I spoke with them freely. I felt that, I had defended myself, so I didn't have anything to hide. Next thing I know, I'm being charged with criminal homicide. So,
how much can you understand at the time you were 16?
Right. At the time I was 16, I really didn't understand the gravity of the situation that I was in, the situation that led to me being arrested. And then, of course, the entire arrest process, the charging process. I didn't get it. I know whenever the detective had spoken with me before I went into the confession room, he kind of just said, talking to me is going to be the difference between 9 years and 99 years. So, choice to me was obvious.
No lawyer with you.
Right. No lawyer, no parent. At the time, I did tell them that I was 19 because that's what Cut had told me to say if the police ever got me. Couldn't tell them I was 16. However, they did find out after the fact that I was 16 years old. Still didn't attempt to try to call my parents, try to call a lawyer, anything like that.
Take it.
And anywhere, was kind of treated as an outcast. Actually wound up catching my first charge. Ways that no one else listened to me. I really felt in my head that I was in a relationship with it for food, for money, for the things that I need. This is not true. But you got to think like how that's really just sinking into me. I was never placed in the foster care system. I was in the classroom. Your parents bring you to school and that kind of just set up this lens for me where I just started feeling like, oh, March. So 13 years old, and Tia called this friend to pick me up. This friend, I was previously on a trip with them whenever my parents had gone out of town for their anniversary. And the people that we were with had sent me out to go tell him to come inside, to come into the cabin because dinner was ready. And whenever I went out, he was sitting in his truck with his leg hanging out, door open, and he was on the phone with someone. And whenever I said, hey, it's time to eat, he had spoken to the person on the phone. He was like, yeah, it's my homeboy's daughter. She's one of those girls that's developed in all the right places. And, I had been raised on Lifetime movies. So I knew like there were certain trigger words that were just not okay. My mother made sure that I understood that. And so, I slammed the door on his leg. I ran inside and I told the group that I was with, what had happened. And I'm expecting like, they're going to go in on this man. Like, this is not okay. But the reaction that I got was he walks in and they just hand him a plate of steak. And everybody just sits and talks normally. And so it was like, wait a minute. I'm always told that I need to tell someone, I need to speak up about things. And I do it and nothing happens.
January, she was released from prison. This past August, she is now 31 years old, out with her memoir, Free Santoya, My Search for Redemption in the American Prison System. So let's take it to your arrest within 24 hours after you murdered the man who took you home. You were terrified by him. He was going to give you money for sex. You're a teenager. He's showing you his guns. You shoot him. You leave. The police get you. You have no lawyer. And talk about what happened in your hearing. Explain what a transfer hearing is, and then ultimately what happened in your trial, how you ended up with life in prison.
So shortly after my arrest, I was assigned a public defender, and that public defender was part of the juvenile court. So it was her job to prepare my case for a transfer hearing because the district attorney had actually asked the court to try me as an adult. And so what they do is they actually, number one, they find if there's probable cause to believe that you actually committed the offense. And then the second part of the hearing is determining whether there are actually resources within the juvenile justice system that they can use to treat you. Because the goal of the juvenile justice system is supposed to be to remove the taint of criminality. Their focus is supposed to be rehabilitating any individual that comes into the court. So at the transfer hearing, I testified. I was still transferred. I was tried as an adult. They figured that there was just not enough time left within the juvenile court jurisdiction, which was 3 years, 2.5 years, for them to help me. So I go to the adult jail, to the county jail, house in a cell by myself, solitary confinement to be kept away from the adults.
How long are you in solitary confinement?
2 years. So from the time I was 16 until I turned 18, I was in solitary confinement.
What was that experience like? What does it mean to be in solitary confinement? How large was your cell? Who were you allowed to see?
Yeah, I mean, it was horrible. It was horrible. You know, the cell is about the size of probably your bathroom at your house, and you don't get out much. You get out for an hour a day if they remember you, or you can go outside to be locked in a kennel, which pretty much a dog kennel. It's a cage, a fenced-in cage, and then they'll take you to the shower. And you know, it was really hard, especially with everything that I was dealing with, because you had like nothing to distract you. You had nothing but everything that you were facing, all of the anxiety, all of the thoughts, all of the trauma, everything that you're trying to deal with is just there in that room with you. And
This is before the trial?
this is before the trial. This is while awaiting
Solitary
the trial.
confinement. You're a teenager for 2 years.
For 2 years. Yes, for 2 years. Because every juvenile at that time had to be in solitary confinement. That's just how they did. I mean, they didn't have to be. There was, you know, juvenile facilities that could have housed them until they were 18, but that's just what they felt, I guess, was more convenient for them. So house in solitary confinement as a juvenile, spent all that time, mental health constantly, just feeding you different medications, because when you're telling them, you know, I'm feeling this, I'm experiencing this, they just find another pill. You know, they just kind of use you as a guinea pig.
So you're drugged through this time in a different way than when you were on the streets.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The entire time. So finally make it to trial, and I was convicted. I was convicted on all counts.
Did you testify in your trial?
I did not. I had wanted to testify, but my attorneys had advised me against it because they felt that my earlier statement in juvenile court could have been used to impeach me, because it was different from when I was telling the police that Cut had nothing to do with anything. I didn't even know him. I had just met him. So they said that by me having testified the way I did in the juvenile court, they could have used that to impeach me. You know, come to find out later that they never could have used that to impeach me anyway, because anything said at the juvenile transfer hearing can't be used against you in later proceedings. So my attorneys were mistaken, you know, with that.
A rather major mistake to have made. And also talk about how your view of Cutthroat changed, how you came to.
What's up, Pat?
Not much, man.
How you feeling?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. I'm feeling stressed. I don't know what the hell, man. I'm going through some things. I don't know what's up with this damn background. Green screen here.
Yeah, you looking kind of icy over there.
What the hell? Why does it look so bad? Whatever. So I'm sure you saw some clips from the Kyle Rittenhouse crying on the stand today.
No.
You didn't catch none of that?
Nah, man. I've been driving most of the day, and I had a little issue with my truck, so I've been I just got a broken belt, and it's crazy finding certain parts and stuff sometimes, especially for the kind of engine I have. But I missed that.
Well, you know who Kyle Rittenhouse is, right?
The name is familiar. It sounds familiar, but I'm not really 100% on that.
Hold on. This is very relevant. This is very relevant. Let me play a clip of this.
Didn't they have another girl that was similar to that was like maybe not so many years ago? Because that had to be like almost 15 years ago if the girl's just getting out this year at 16.
No, the way it happened was at 16. That interview, she was like 32 or something. Yeah, so it's been like
15
16
years, 15,
Yeah,
16
something.
years. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought there was something similar to that just happened maybe 5 years ago, unless the time is just passing just that fast.
It's just that I think that what you're thinking is her case, because that's just how it goes. Here, check it. A little bit of
As
this.
I'm walking down Sheridan Road, I hear somebody scream, "Burn in hell," and I replied with friendly, to let them know, hey, I'm just here to help. I don't want any problems. I just want to put out the fires if there are any. I continue walking, and then I notice the Duramax. I notice a flame in the back seat of the Duramax, and I step towards the Duramax, and as I'm stepping forward, I believe his name is now Joshua Zeminski. He steps towards me with a pistol in his hand, and as I'm walking towards to put out the fire, I drop the fire extinguisher and I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that situation and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happens.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were three people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
Okay, that's enough of that. I can't fucking stomach it. All right, so the point is this, all right? What's her name? Santonia Brown. Her lawyers told her that it wasn't going to be a good idea for her to, talk, right?
Yeah,
In
to
court.
defend herself in court. Yeah, to take the stand.
To take the stand. They told her it wasn't a good idea. These were her own lawyers. Keep in mind, those were court-appointed lawyers. Kyle Rittenhouse is the guy who got shot and he ended up in a wheelchair. I can't think of his name. There's so many names. And it started a riot. Tennessee, I want to say Tennessee because that's the relevance in this. Her trial was in Tennessee. So he took it upon himself to get a rifle and travel to Wisconsin to, he said he went there to protect property. So that's the reason why he went there. So he ended up
from Tennessee
from a whole nother state. Yeah, Tennessee.
From Tennessee to where?
To Wisconsin, I want to say now.
Oh, no. Okay.
I could be a bit off on the details. The details is he came from another state. He got kicked out of high school. He tried to go to the Army or some shit like that, one of them, and they wouldn't even accept him. Anyways, he goes to this other state. He's trying to protect property. He ends up shooting and killing a guy. The crowd attacks him, and then he shoots and kills another person. So anyway, so he's on trial right now for that. So his lawyers probably was like, hey, we need you to take the stand, and we probably need to see some tears. You know what I mean? To try to sway the jury, you know what I'm saying, in his favor. He might fucking get off on this shit. What's her name? Santonia Brown, fucking child who was being fucking sex trafficked. Her lawyers told her to not testify. Not only did they lied to her and told her that she could get impeached for testifying. What I'm trying to get people to understand is that this is an example of how the system works. She got railroaded into prison. She got a life sentence for killing this guy. They treated her as an adult. They tried her as an adult because she committed the crime at 16. They let her sit in solitary confinement for 2 years until her trial, so they could try her as an adult and give her life in prison for that case. This guy, Kyle Rittenhouse, he wasn't a victim like her. He went to this place with a rifle and, you know, killed 2 people. And he gets to get on the stand and tell his story and do his fake tear thing. I don't know. I've been feeling some kind of way, man. I really have. Like today I want to talk about philosophy.
Philosophy of what?
Just kind of in general. Let me see. I think I got a picture of it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so nope, that's not it. The fuck? I put it on Instagram. Okay, here it is. The name of the show today is Nothing Changes If Nothing Changes. And this was a saying that I heard a lot when I was in the restaurant business, when I was a manager. They would say, nothing changes if nothing changes. And what that means is that, you know, if you want things to get better, if you want things to improve, then the process, something has to change. You have to change the way you do things for things to improve. If you continue to do things the same way, then you're going to continue to get the same results. So that's what nothing changes if nothing changes means.
Mm-hmm.
And my little writing underneath, I said, you think you know, and that's why you don't know. Let's talk a little bit about philosophy today. In today's world, reading multiple books on a particular topic can't compare to a 15-second clip or a meme. People feel informed and don't have an interest in the data or developing their own narrative. Kind of another thing I want to talk about is how CRT is political. It's a political flashpoint that will influence elections over the next God knows how many years. And parents are worried about their children going to be taught something that is not taught at all in any freaking K2 through 12 schools. Literally, even in undergraduate school, this is not taught. It's only taught in freaking law school. And then I put the kicker is no one even knows what it is. So I'm going to move on to the philosophy in a bit, but this Antonia Brown thing is an example of how the system works, right? You know, they make you take pleas. They railroad certain people into the system, and other people tend to have more of a shot. They get to have their say or get to have their word heard. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say is there's a 2-tiered system for justice here in the United States. The system that Antonia Brown went through. By the way, old buddy hasn't been locked up. I want to say he was out on bail. Yeah, they gave him like $1 million bail. Somebody paid his bail. So while he was waiting for trial, he was at the house. Antonia Brown waited for trial in in solitary confinement for 2 years.
Yeah, I have a little more context on the Antonia Brown. Was it
Yeah, that sounds
Brown?
right. Yeah, I think so.
I don't have as much context on this Rittenhouse or Ritterhouse, whatever his name is. You know, because I mean, you told me, you know, you told me a little bit, but like what the reason him actually killing, like there had to be more to it for him to leave from Tennessee. Because I mean, if you know where these 2 states are, like they're not close by.
Yeah, there's a whole. I mean, I thought I would think that you would know. There's like the clips. Let's see, Kyle Rittenhouse. Let's see if I can find the clip because of the actual clip of what happened is on the internet. It went viral.
Well, and like I said, you know, some of it was kind of like maybe during the time I heard some of it or whatever, but you know, I'm one of those. I try not to get too like. There's certain things that I mean, I may stick to, and some things that may slide by me. I'm in a truck, you
Yeah,
know.
I understand
I,
that.
yeah, like
I
my
understand that.
algorithm. Yeah, my algorithm is my algorithm. You know.
Yeah, I understand that. So, but I wish that you had seen it. There's fucking clips of what happened. Hold on, let me see.
Because I mean,
He
like I
was he
said,
was
that's the
17.
story. The
That's the
story is
reason.
that's why these are similar because he was
That's why I'm comparing. All right, here we go. I think I got the clip. I think I got it. Let me see.
was this like a love triangle?
What do you mean? The Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah.
Nah, this dude was just being a douchebag. He felt like he could save the world. He felt like, you know, remember when so this was soon after they done made a statue of the dude, the one who got smushed. He was actually from Houston. The really big one, that big, really huge story, the one who got smushed, the guy who died, the black guy. Uh the guy leaned on, you know, put his knees on him until he fucking died.
Oh, you talking? Yeah. Okay. Mm,
I can't. George Floyd. So this
Floyd.
was not
Yeah.
after the riots of George Floyd. Then we had this shooting was a little while later, and so you know, remember we had all the riots and shit, and on the internet, everybody was all like, you know, they're destroying property and da 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 da. So you had all these people who felt like they wanted to protect property. They didn't like the Black Lives Matter people going out and destroying the property. So Kyle Rittenhouse took it upon himself to go to where the rioting was happening so that he could protect property. That was the reason why he went.
With his okay.
17 years old. Okay, here's the clip. He had shot somebody already. That's why the crowd is on his ass. And he kills another person.
Hey, he just shot them. Hey, dude right here just shot them. Dude right here just shot all them down there. That dude just shot them right there. That dude right here. Yeah. Someone injured straight ahead. Get out of the road! Get out of the road! Get down there! God damn it!
This is why I'm so frustrated, because I swear to God, that's why I got this brick wall behind me. Is because I feel like the things I say fall on deaf ears. No one's hearing me. You know, I feel like it's so pointless. I feel like I'm on the edge of giving up. I swear to God, I'm on the edge of giving up on like a lot of the shit that I do right now because I feel like it's fucking pointless. Nobody's hearing me. But these two cases are very, very, very similar in that each one of them killed someone. But the difference is the girl was
Well,
basically killed.
one killed some too. At least two.
Right. So, but the chick, she was basically killing this dude in self-defense.
Yeah.
This guy went to another state to protect property. He was going over there to
Start
call.
shit.
He put himself into this situation
Yeah.
and ended up killing 2 people. And look at how the justice, you know, our justice system, look how they dealt with her and look how they're dealing with him.
Well, first of all, it's a criminal system. It's not a justice system. That's the only way to really look at them. Because and maybe for him it's more of, it's not even real. I wouldn't even call it justice because it's very criminal for him to get away with something where he's injecting himself in a situation where he causes death of people
I
who
think he
would
finna beat this case. That cry he just did on the stand today, that might get him off. They only had one black person on the jury. There's only one black person on the jury.
Yeah. It's as fucked up as it is, this is something that's been happening for who knows how long. Shoot, they at one point they didn't even have to go through this whole trial. It's like, oh, you're helping, you know what I'm saying? Like he would have never seen court in previous days. But the whole thing that I guess I'm because the whole idea with this chick, because I'm just gonna say obviously this was a white guy that she killed.
Yes, it was. Yes,
And
it was.
she is, she looks somewhat Latina or Hispanic, but with the last name Brown, I'm gonna assume that she's, some probably more of an African American descent, or at least that's where her father, wherever her last name comes from. And yeah, that tends to happen way too much as well because not to give her a total pass on how she ended up in that situation, but still in all, regardless, everything that's mutual is mutual, but when things are not, like you said, my rights go as far as, like all my rights go as far as somebody else's. Like I can't intrude over somebody else's rights just for my own, or to, like when it really boils down to it, if he's harming her, she has every right to defend herself whatever way, and being in the confines of his home, which yes, she agreed to go there, but at what end does she, like, is she supposed to take punishment from this person? I don't know. Like
And I
it's
don't, she wasn't an angel.
no.
And, maybe he wasn't going to hurt her at all. She felt threatened. He was acting weird. He had a bunch of guns around. So she had the feeling that he was going to do harm to her. So she did what she did. And I'm not saying that she should escape punishment. What I'm saying is look at the 2-tiered criminal system that we have for a young black woman and a young white man.
Yeah. Yeah, very lopsided, very unfair. Because like I said, you know, that's one of the reasons why I think like we really need to, as like be more involved in the political system. Shit, because I don't know if we would qualify to be a judge or um, anything like that. But I think as far as going, becoming parts of Congress and our legislative branches, whether it's in your state, in federal, like we need to take up some offices. That
That's what I'm
way,
trying to
that
do. That's the
yeah,
direction I'm going in.
me
I want
too.
to go. I want to go to law school. I'm an anthropology student. I want to go get into a master's program, and I'd love to go to Thurgood Marshall Law School because I feel like what I really want to do is like community activism. and I want to start building some kind of institutions that actually help people. But the
Well,
issue is,
we're gonna have to talk more about that because I mean, honestly, I have there's a better way than to do what you're saying. Like there's some things I think we're gonna have to discuss because we
I don't see no way. One thing I feel like is that the
you got to
legalese
get
that we
outside
have
of
to
that box.
the the
We
le-
got to get. Go ahead, go ahead, go
the
ahead.
the legalese that we have to deal with, is an issue. So that's the reason why I want to go to law school, so that I can be able to, decipher this stuff, and I can build these community institutions and be able to, move around the law, because I'm not going to be able to, move around. They're going to crush me otherwise if I don't know that stuff.
Well, I mean, just know that legal and lawful are two different things. And what you're studying is of law, real law, doesn't take all of what you may think because we have we have the Aboriginal school and they we have our own law firm and everything like but they learn to be a jurist. That's like somebody what's the legal term, the real I was looking at it earlier today but instead of being a lawyer you become a jurist and you're a person who actually can practice law and
Yeah.
it doesn't I mean, and I know most people are locked in with this system and looking for accreditation from these people, which is it's
Because that's what I was going to say. Won't nobody listen to me? I could read all these books and I can actually know the law, but it won't mean nothing. They won't listen if I don't have the fucking piece of paper next to it.
well, there's solution to that, and I'm just trying to tell you. I mean, look, I'll show you. I'll show you, and there's classes and stuff on it, and people that we call lawyers, they're when they go into law, they're always practicing. Like they're never like a professional lawyer. Like they, you know what I'm saying? Like every case is its own case, and you handle them, based on, of course, your perception, your understanding of it. But each case, like I mean, there's many murder cases, but based on just like these two that we just looked at tonight, two totally different cases, two different plans of action, and two different outcomes. So I mean, and that's pretty much how it's gonna work on anyone. But
That
not to s-
Centonia Brown would still be in jail. Because her case got so much publicity, the governor granted her clemency or whatever you call it. They let her go. And it was only because of the case getting all the publicity it did. If it hadn't got that publicity, she'd be sitting in there right now.
I'm not really surprised about that the way it happened because I mean obviously they're talking about the difference between her getting 9 years and 99 years, but first of all I mean
They
it's
gave her life in prison.
a
She
lot
was a
of things.
child.
Yeah, and most of it is the fault of adults, like her lawyers, because I mean just look at that. These are public defenders that you know went
Railroaded
to
her ass.
they went to law school. You know
And
what I'm
they
saying?
lied to her, though. They knew what the law was. They knew that
Maybe,
they couldn't use that. She said it was a
maybe.
mistake. No, there's no
Well,
maybe. Them
well, I'm
motherfuckers
just,
knew.
I'm just, I'm just,
That's how the
I'm.
system works.
I feel what
Everybody
you're
takes
saying.
pleas. You know how many cases don't go to trial?
Do
I
you
think it's
do you know how many
95%.
idiots go? Do you know how many idiots go to law school?
You're missing my point.
No, I'm not
90
missing your
I'm
point, but
I'm
you're missing mine. I mean, because you're on set on one direction, and we both have different angles that we're looking at it. So I'm hearing you because yeah, it's a good possibility that they knew the law, but you also got to look at the fact that there's a bunch of people that go to school that are fucking idiots. They're
that
the dumbest people on the
but
planet.
that gives them excuse, and that's what I like. That nigga Curtis
No,
was
it's
saying
no
in the
excuse.
other
It's not
show.
excuse. It's not
That,
excuse. It's just reality. Like some of the people that go to college, like I mean, just think of the high rates of people that's going to college. I mean, there's a bunch of idiots that just end up in, what I'm saying, in high places.
most of the time, it's because of somebody they know, their mother or father or whatever helps them get a job or whatever. What I'm trying to get the world to understand is this system is so it's blatant, and people try to gaslight you, and they say that everybody has a fair shot and all of this bullshit, and
No,
this is
that's
what
not that's
makes
not true. I mean, but look, just like what Mr. Christopher is saying. I mean, if you don't have the money, if you don't have the back of somebody that's gonna actually, put up some dollars that's gonna support you, somebody that's going to actually care enough about what's going on with you, and usually it's not just some heartfelt, oh yeah, I'm going, every now and then there may be some pro bono, somebody who really cares about that what's going on. But shoot, the money is what influenced most of them to spend their time to
but it's more to it than that, because she had nobody to advocate for her at all. Those
exactly.
lawyers, the ones
No
that were
money.
appointed to
She
her,
had no
what
dollars to advocate for her.
and no people to come and speak up to her for her. So the court appoints her a lawyer, and this lawyer is clear from the case, just from what she was saying. Her lawyers were not on her side at all. It looks like they were trying to get her life in prison, and they were her
Well,
defense lawyers.
Well, see, and that's one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is like, I mean, these lawyers first, responsibility is to the court, and whatever the court is really trying to do, I mean, they're trying to find the quickest way to get this thing over with because they're not,
The system makes money off of people in the system. So all the
exactly.
lawyers are working to put people into the system. And this is what I want people to understand. It's like 95% of cases go to plea. They don't go to trial. They always try to push you out of trial from going to trial. They force you to take a plea. The same thing happened to me. I caught a case around the same age as her. And they force you to take a plea because now you're guilty. The plea is it's a guilty plea, and they get to shuffle you into the system. You had no chance. Look, the system is supposed to say you're supposed to be able to have a chance to prove your innocence. If you never went to trial, how the fuck can you prove that you was in? We never had a trial. You're just the lawyers talk. The lawyers talk. They talk to you. The lawyers talk. They talk to you, and then
Hmm.
they come up with this deal. It's usually between the
Intimidate,
two lawyers, and then they
intimidate.
decide on what case you finna get,
Yeah, well, they
regardless
intimidate
of
you
the
first of all.
evidence.
Exactly. They intimidate you to, they put all of these hyped up years or, times that you have to serve or, some ridiculous things that you have to, pretty much somewhat negotiate whether, okay, well, do I take a chance on, truth and, honesty and things like that to actually come out and prevail. But for the most part, they've already kind of like decided which way it can go. They can, ignore what they want to ignore. They can press on things that doesn't have as much relevance, but make it more relevant. And that's like, that's a part of what I'm trying to tell you as far as like being a lawyer and you being a like your first, your first commitment is to the court, not to your not to your your client.
Right. So
So
I don't
that's
want to
why.
be a lawyer. I just want to know the law.
Well, there's ways around that. I mean, you don't have to go to no 4 year, the however many year college for that. I promise you. Like there's
I could just go to the library and read the law books. But what I'm saying is nobody's going to recognize that. I could say I've read, that's what I wrote on my thing. I could
dude,
say I've read
do you not
200
you
books on the subject. Nobody cares. They'll look at a meme, they'll look at a 15-second TikTok, and they'll argue me to death. And I'm like, I really, really, really know this stuff. And they're like, no, you don't. Da 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 da.
Well, we don't care about. I don't care about those people because guess what? I mean, when you become effective, and you actually do things, that's when you know. I mean, people can go around and say whatever they want because I mean, like I said, I mean, believe it or not, I mean, our indigenous government is a real government. We appoint or we can accredit our own lawyers just like this government does. So I mean, as long as you have certain level of knowledge and the ability to dig in and do the your just do for whatever it is that you're fighting for. You know what I'm saying, you're qualified. You can be accredited through our school. We have, what I'm saying, we have our own college. We have other systems in place as well. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean, people are still trying to live within the box of this society. This is what they, well, I say this society, but this government, because this is what most people know. That's what most people understand. That's what they've been programmed to fall into. But
And I get what you're saying. I really do. It's just that if I go out here and I get pulled over, I'm going to have to deal with this law system.
look, you have to deal with law, period, because honestly, I mean, because you are still a U.S. citizen, primarily, because I'm a U.S. citizen, but that's a secondary government. That's my, dual part of my citizenship. So primarily, my jurisdiction is within honor. So those are the law, laws of the land is what's going to proceed, and not all the other little bullshit that they can try to railroad you into. And they understand that. uh they see, these people, they know the law. They know how to use people through these codes and statures and all these other little bullshit ways that they get people locked into their system. But the more you learn about real law, the more you understand where you actually stand and what you can do with it. I mean, it's just, I mean, I'm thinking of doing the same thing because, honestly, I'm really gonna go for some big office soon. Like, I'm not gonna say how soon because I'm still trying to put different things into place. But once I'm able to substitute this income that I'm making now fully, because I'm already doing some things, but once I'm able to push this to the side and actually go into spending time doing what I think I'm more meant to do, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. And this show is the beginning because I'm just, like some dude was asking me, what is the point of your show? I was like, it's just the conversation. We want to lead into activism and we want to lead into building institutions. But before we can do that, I feel like we need to start having the conversation because that's how everything starts. It starts with a conversation, you start
Mhm.
working it out, and then you make moves.
Well, you said something earlier, is like, most people think they know, but they don't know, or I forget however it was you used, because this, some people use that, like because they're so sold. they're so, like there's so much a part of this government. Some people don't even qualify for the government I'm in, and they don't see any other dynamic. They can't even fathom things being different because they're so locked into this box, like they're so imprisoned by this government to where anybody talking to somebody outside of it, they can't grasp it. They're just
And that's what I
it's
mean. That's one of the things. It's like
but
every
that's
time people are the most, the guy that knows the most is the guy that knows the guy that knows the most is the guy who's aware of his ignorance. Does that make any sense? The more, the
totally
more, the
totally
more, the more aware of you, the more
because I
you
don't
are
know
aware of your
everything.
ignorance, the more
Yeah,
you are aware of your ignorance
the
is the more
smarter
you
you.
actually know.
Yeah, and
So,
that's and I think that's where I live because I mean for one, I'm not gonna argue with no any and everybody about things that I know that I mean they just haven't experienced certain things. Like I've done things in law. Like I mean, I grew up with my godmother as a lawyer and a judge, so I've seen the side of all these things. Like one of my good friends, I ain't gonna say my best friend, one of my good friends, his mother is a judge, and like just being in the house and with them discussions, bringing a friend by that was in trouble, and one day he's looking at prison time, and after he leaves that meet that the evening hanging out with us, the next day he's pretty much walking free just based on knowing somebody. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I've been seeing this stuff for years, so I know about how relationships can change different things, but we also have to get to the point where our understanding of life and laws, actual what law is, because legal processes and lawful action is those are different things, and when you understand those two different dynamics, you can actually like you can maneuver within this system much
and
better.
that's my point. That's exactly my point. That I'm aware of my ignorance, therefore I want to learn more. So it's like the person that thinks they know already, then when someone is trying to give them valuable
Yeah,
information, then
sometimes you just gotta laugh them off. Yeah, you gotta
they're
laugh these
not trying to
people
hear.
off. Yeah,
Yeah, they're
you
not
because
trying
I
to
mean,
hear.
yeah, I mean sometimes you gotta laugh them off because they hadn't realized their ignorance yet. You know what I'm saying? There's some people that just have to, you know, it's like, oh, what I'm saying, they're so dead set on what they think they know, and that's based on the paradigms in which you're allowed to live in. Everybody hadn't made the same steps footsteps that you have,
And
or
that's
that
what I'm
I have.
saying. Like I say, I can say that um I'm very versed on a certain subject, and I'll be like, man, I've really, really, really done some digging in this. Like I'm pretty damn knowledgeable about this
Yeah,
particular subject. And then they're gonna be like, they're gonna feel like they that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean nothing. Their little meme that they saw, or they was watching Tucker Carlson or whatever, and they feel like they know more. Like they feel like all the fucking books that I read means nothing.
but that's fine. I mean, because like I said, I mean, there's gonna be people, and based on where they are, they know what they know, or at least what they think they know, until you can smash the pie in their face, or they actually get to see from a different perspective somewhere down the line. I mean, I don't worry about everybody and the way they think. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And I
it,
don't either. I really don't care. But as I've grown older, I realized that what people think you know affects my life.
Well, I mean, sometimes it might affect your emotions and the way you feel
No,
later
it
for a
directly
moment.
affects my life. It directly affects my life. Like some guy who's driving down the street and he sees me as a black guy and he hates black people who thinks we're all losers and lazy or whatever the hell, and then he wants to come and shoot me or something. That's his perception directly affecting my life.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's maybe excuse that we've given, but I mean, the honesty in all of that is that they actually feel inferior to you, and they
I,
need you to be gone so that they can actually be above you.
I 100% agree with you on that. 100, because I think it should be called white inferiority complex.
No, that's
That
what
would
it's called to me. That's what
it
I
makes a
call it.
lot. That makes a lot more sense. But
Yeah, no,
it still doesn't matter. What I think of myself means nothing to what this guy thinks of me, and what this guy thinks of me uh, promotes his action upon me. In a way that I have to deal with.
yeah. Well, I mean, do like me. Carry a pistol and be ready to defend yourself at any moment.
Check this
I
out.
mean, go
What do you
ahead.
think about that philosophy quote right here?
It's kind of small.
Yeah,
I'm
I was trying to make it. I can't make it bigger. I don't
life
know
is a
why.
tra- life is a tragedy for those who feel, and
A comedy for those who think. What do you think about that?
wait a minute.
I can
I
show it
need to
again.
see. Yeah, I got
It.
to. I don't know if I can blow. Okay, hold on.
I can't. I don't know
Life
how to
is a
make it
tragedy for
bigger.
those who feel, and a comedy for those who think. Okay, I get it. It said life is a tragedy for those who feel, and a comedy for those who think. Hmm, interesting. Whose quote is that?
Oh, it said his name. Some old white dude. It doesn't matter. I don't fucking be remembering their names. Some old white man. Fuck.
Come
I
on
don't.
now.
Those names do not matter nothing to me at all. And fucking a lot of their philosophy be
Well,
trash.
I guess more trying to lead to find out like what time period or whatever that came from. I mean,
He
but
had on a wig and some stockings, so that should give you a good idea of what time period it was.
stockings. So
Fucking George
1800.
Washington. They
The
high heels,
the
stockings,
wig
wigs,
the
the
Whiggamore
wig
part
party.
the Whiggamore party, like yeah, them trying to dress up like us and be us. Um, as far as I guess just as the quote stands itself, I mean, I gotta live with that a little bit more. That's
I didn't
life
completely
is a
agree with it.
tragedy. Life is a tragedy for those who feel. So for those of us who care, life ends up being more of a tragedy for us, and it's
And
more
it's a
common.
comedy for basically the guy was trying to be sound clever, right? Because that's what all these philosophers were at this time, especially. Okay, his name is Jean de la Bruyere. So
Frenchman.
life is a tragedy for those who feel and a comedy for those who think. Basically, like I say, he's just trying to sound clever.
Well,
So like if you care too much, then life is a tragedy. But if you just think, then you could just laugh at it. Basically, that's what he's saying. If you separate your feelings and you just use your mind, then you can laugh at it. But if you wrap your feelings up in it, then then it's a tragedy.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think to a certain extent. I mean, I'm one of those who I feel like we need balance in everything because you go around not caring about shit,
Right.
then but at the same time, I mean, there are certain subjects that we could probably, you know, like I mean, it's kind of like what I was just saying, like how people are with, like okay, like I'm a high school drop in and a college dropout. You know what I'm saying? And I'm smarter than the average person that's spent, that's got master's degrees. And that's, of course, based on, of course, more current events and maybe my perspective, the way I look at things or whatever. And they've been trained to think in a certain way where I've allowed myself to, uh, you know, be myself and, use all of my, different experiences to determine how I feel about certain things. So, um, not, and I think I'm better than them? No, but I just find that a lot of times that people who've been trained to think a certain way loses value or they don't really,
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
th-
I agree with you to a certain extent. But me being in the university, some of the books that I've been exposed to, I maybe never would have come across. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
whatever they wanted me to think about, whatever paper they wanted me to write was one thing. But being exposed to certain books that I may have never found before, I think has a lot of value. Like some of the books
Th-
that they make us read is trash, but some of them are fucking got valuable fucking information.
no, no, no. I mean, I think the valuable
And I would have never
information
found
is,
those books if it wasn't for the school telling me to go look them up.
I get that, but you also have to look at the fact that, because I mean, I don't necessarily see you as one of those type of people because you were a thinker before you was in that situation.
And I say, yeah, I be thinking about that a lot because in my class, even though I'm like nearly about to graduate, but a lot of the ones that's in my class in these upper level classes, these are kids. They're really young, so they're
Yeah,
really susceptible to
they're getting
authority.
indoctrinated. They're being more
Yeah.
indoctrinated and trained how to see what they're looking at. Whereas you might hear what the direction they're trying to send you in, but you have still a different perspective in which you'll see it just based on, you know, the training that you've given yourself or that you've already had before now. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference. There's a big difference in it.
Okay, so look at this guy. Uh, I opened my eyes and saw the real world, and I began to laugh, and I haven't stopped since.
You know what? I'm about as crazy as him. Cause I mean, honestly, I have to because I mean, there's like I see so like I understand this world a lot more. I do. I like I said, I'm not gonna sit and say like I know everything because I don't. Like I'm far from that. But as far as like dealing with certain people who, whether educated or uneducated, through certain things, it's just like you really don't understand. Look, me and this one of my coworkers, or if you want to say you know somebody that works at the company that I'm leased to, we was both talking how she was Irish, and I said, "Oh, cool." I said, "I got some Irish in my family, or whatever." And she was asking more about. I said, "Well, I don't really know a whole bunch about my great grandfather that came from Ireland, but I do know that they were the first black people here in America." She said, "Oh, wow, you know that?" I was like, "Yeah, I do know that." So it's like some people don't realize, you
Well,
know,
they don't teach you stuff like that even in the university necessarily. They teach
no.
you what they want you to know. So yeah, you're gonna be missing stuff like that if you don't. Everybody has to take their education up on themselves. Like you can't rely on someone else to educate you because then they're gonna teach you what they want you to know. So
Hmm.
if you want to get a better understanding of the world, then you're gonna have to take some personal responsibility in your education.
Personal responsibility, and yeah, exactly.
So he said, I spent 10 years working in a college bookstore. He said, I read an average of one textbook a week. He said it was not time wasted.
Hey, bravo to you, man. Because I mean, a lot of people wouldn't even see that as a benefit to be able to work in a bookstore or library or
I
something
wouldn't
like that.
mind. I wanted to be a librarian for a while. I mean, to this day, I mean, if I ended up being a librarian, hey, I think I'd be okay with that if they pay me enough.
Yeah, because I mean, for a moment, it kind of sounded like you maybe, because of, people reading and all that was where I have an issue. No, I think people need to read. They need to be able to understand, and especially if they focus on a certain, certain subject. Yeah, those books are gonna, be the key to understanding a lot of it. But my point is, like in education, is a lot of times, when somebody is like quote unquote teaching you or professing to you, a lot of times you're not learning to think for yourself.
Yeah,
You
well,
know,
in America, this is the whole point of this show. The whole point of this show is because, see, like a lot of things I didn't get to do with my daughter. A lot of things. Like right now, she needs to be in some kind of sports or something. But, but like, and I would love to teach her to play an instrument. I think everybody should learn how to play an instrument. So a lot of things I haven't been able to teach her, but one thing I have been able to teach her, because this is what I focus on, is how to think. Because the school system doesn't teach you that. There's nowhere that teaches you that, because they prey on you to not think. Like I be
well,
saying before, zombie robots. Almost everybody is a zombie robot, and they just go through life, uh, you know, reacting to stimuli. That's
well,
not really thinking.
the thing about it is that they are teaching them how to think, but it's not in a way that's truly beneficial to them. Because training you is, pretty much telling you like how to act in this situation, how to,
They're
how
teaching
you
you to
should
follow
respond.
orders, how
Yeah, they're teaching you
to
how to
respect
respond to certain things.
authority, to take orders. You know what I'm saying? Basically, to be a factory worker. And I don't care how high up you are in education, they're teaching you to be a factory worker. So the
Hmm.
university can be considered a factory. You could be the faculty, staff, or the professor of that university. But guess
Hmm.
what? That university is a factory.
Yeah, of course, it definitely is. How you doing?
And you're following orders, and that's all you're really doing, because there's somebody above you who's telling you what you're supposed to do, and you're just going to do that because you've been trained that way your whole life.
Yep.
So this guy says this one is an intellectual is someone whose mind watches itself. I like that one,
Yes, me too. I do like that one.
because I
It
check
take
myself
you
all
have
the
to.
time.
You have to. That's the only way real growth happens. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to have your own checks and balances. Like at point. You know what I'm saying? Like you definitely have to like specifically say, all right, am I tripping?
Right.
Or
Or
let
was
let
I
me.
wrong? You
Yeah.
know,
Could I have
maybe I
done
was
this?
wrong.
Could I have done this differently? Like,
Yeah.
would my outcome have been different if I had been different?
You
You know what
know,
I'm saying?
yeah, I should have said this.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
or maybe I shouldn't have said anything at all that kind
It
of
that
shit.
that's definitely one. Is like, damn, should I have just shut the hell up?
Yeah, because
Sometimes
that's the
it's
hardest thing to do. Sometimes
yeah.
that's hard. Bite your tongue. That's hard for me.
Yeah.
And I've paid the price for fucking opening my mouth when I should have just shut the hell up. And I've paid that price over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's a
Me
lesson I'm
too.
having a hard time learning.
Me too. Well, and especially when I was a teenager, that I
So
think I
this
paid. Yeah,
this
go
guy
ahead.
says, he says everything you say should be true, but not everything true should be said. And that's kind of like what we just said too, where sometimes it's just, even if you're right, even if maybe it's, you
So,
should have just not said it,
uh,
just held it.
hold on. They're back there. You just might want to give them a holler because I think because they knew it wasn't too busy, they're doing other stuff. No problem. Yeah. No, I mean that's exactly like what we were saying a little while
Just
ago,
now. Yeah.
and yeah, because I mean everybody's not worth arguing with, and no matter how much you argue with some people, you've pretty much wasted a bunch of time.
Your energy and everything.
You know what I'm saying?
He says formal education teaches us classical methods. This is a new age. People learn in different ways. Educators should aspire to reach people based on the language they think in and not teach them in the way that they think before they learn anything new. And oh my God, bro, thank you for this comment
That's
because I'm battling my fucking professor right now, man. Okay, so I stayed up all night working on a presentation that I had to do on Monday. And I wanted to do something different. I could have got up there and did like a little PowerPoint, or I could have like just kind of like spoke and did like a speech or whatever. I wanted to do something different, so I recorded a video. But she chopped me up, and I felt like she was like, you could have just did a PowerPoint. I was like, I've done 1,000 PowerPoints. She was like, well, you haven't done any in this class. And it's like, this is the thing. This is the thing. It's like I'm trying to push against the mold, do something a bit different, and then there you go, pushing me back into the same shit that everybody does. Everybody does PowerPoint presentations. I thought I was being creative. So then there goes the teacher again, you know, putting me back into this box and forcing me to conform. You know what I mean?
hmm
And it's just like what he's saying. It's like that's exactly what she did to me. She marginalized me. So I got punished for being creative, for thinking outside of the box, for coming at it in a different way. You
Yeah.
know? Oh man, I'm so frustrated
Um.
behind it. I haven't seen my grades yet, but I think she's gonna chop me up. She wouldn't even let me finish playing my video. Oh my fucking God. Like, I could have, the chick that did her thing before me, she did a fucking little ass PowerPoint presentation. It would have took me 2 hours, an hour and a half to throw that shit together. I worked on what I did all fucking night, bro. Like 8 hours I worked on this. Let me calm down. Let me calm down. Breathe, check, breathe.
What I have to say probably will only frustrate you more, so I'm gonna just leave it at that. I mean, I'm sorry, bro. I wish you know the creative minds were more accepted and appreciated. Um, but I mean, that's not the right setting for that. You know what I'm
It
saying? I
should
mean,
be. It should be.
well, I'm not gonna argue that. I'm not gonna argue that, but I mean, a lot of times they've made their mind up on what they want. They've given the assignment. They the boss. You do what they've asked you to do. You're getting graded based on what they're asking you to do, and that's kind of that's pretty much it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm sure there's some teachers or professors that probably would have been like, if they knew how to appreciate, especially if it goes into editing and like all the different time that will go into that process, yeah, they might appreciate it more. But for some of those that's just there, because I mean that's the thing, like a lot of them are more programmed to do things a certain way, to where that's what they want you to do the same stuff. Like, don't
And
think you different than me. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. Like I had to go through it. I had to go through it. So you got to go through it too. So, and that goes back to what I was saying about nothing changes if nothing changes. You know what I'm saying? You,
But
you,
some
you
people don't
know,
want to change. A lot of people, like, you got to think about it. Like, if you look at the way the voting went between Trump and Biden, almost 50-50. So I mean, we got to think about it. I mean, there's one group of people who are used to a certain way of thinking, and then there's other people who are practically opposite of that. So I mean,
and I was telling my teacher, and okay, so she's a woman. She focuses on like gender studies and women's studies, and she's
oh
pushing.
Lord.
Yeah, she one of them. She's pushing against the patriarch. I agree with her on the pushing against the patriarchal system, but I don't think she realizes that she is
It's not
upholding the
the
patriarchal
Patriot.
system by
Exactly.
being that what she's being in the classroom. And I said, like, cause she really be on our ass about citations, and citations are important. And I told her in the class, I was like, my problem with the citations is that if you want legit citations, they're gonna lead back to a white man, some old white racist ass white man, probably too. Because that's what's the because academics is built on past academics, which is built on past academics. You understand what I'm saying? That's how it works. And as far as they're concerned, it all started with the white man.
Well, and like, because when you think about primary sources, and that's the part that I get, uh, I guess I have conflict with because, what most people consider, like you're saying, is primary sources is somebody who came in, probably stole information from somebody else, or regurgitating something that somebody else has said before or thought, because I don't think there's a thought that has never been thought before. You know what I'm saying? It's all recycled information over and over and over and over again. I mean, we're looking at a planet that's been here for millions of years. I mean, it's just,
But
regardless, I mean,
but
bunch of books got burned and
yep,
thrown in the sea.
the
So,
the
like,
the Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria, fucking
mm,
but the way academics is set up now, all the official citations go back to a white man.
at this point in history, I would say most of it, yes.
And it sucks.
Yes.
It sucks. It sucks. And that's what I'm trying
Because
to push
because because
against.
because
And
that's who they put at the height
sh-
of their accreditation system.
and this lady is upholding this shit. And I'm like, this is what we're supposed to be in my class. It's the anthropology class. We're pushing against this paradigm. That's the whole point of what we're learning. We're learning how to research on our own. That's really what they teach us, is how to research. But then we have to back up our research with some fucking white man.
Well, and like I said, I mean, if the information is good, I mean, my
And,
thing,
and, and I don't care who it comes from. That's what I agree with you on that. That's what I always say. Don't look at the messenger. I don't care who it is. Good information, good data is good data. It doesn't matter who it comes from. The
yeah.
problem is, for it to be accepted in academia, it has to be underwritten by some white dude.
Well, I mean, there's some things that, some pushback that we probably
Maybe
shouldn't.
again, the little quote we said earlier, sometimes I need to shut the hell up. I probably should shut the hell up and just, work my
Yeah,
way through and push back later once this lady is not, because she has complete authority over me. She could decide whether
and
I
it's got
graduate from college or not. That's
see,
how much authority she has.
that's actually my point, because it's just like certain things, like, okay, she says she wants you to cite it. Okay, well, cool. I'll add that in, but yeah, I got it from this book, this author, this quotes or whatever. But, you know, giving pushback when it's not necessarily necessary is
No
one of those things
value.
we have to. Yeah,
And
I
it's
mean,
hard.
like,
It's hard. It's
trying
hard
to,
for me.
and especially somebody who, what I'm saying, they think that they're uplifting other women or whatever. Like,
And that's what it is.
a lot of women actually are more patriarchal than men, because
And
most
I don't think
men,
they realize it, because they're
yeah,
taking up that same role. They're taking up that patriarchal role,
they're
and they're just
uplifting the
reversing
same
it.
system. Like,
Just
they're
like I was
taking and using the same system that they
just like
say
what I was
oppressed
saying
them.
about the Hotep. The most of the Hotep community are taking up white supremacy and flipping it on some black shit. But you're doing the same shit. You just flipped it. It's the same shit though.
Yeah, and well, I can go into a lot on that too, as far as the people, the if you what you call hotels, or these psychologist underscore wannabes.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when you're talking about Egypt or Kemet or whatever, what period are you talking about? Like, I mean,
Right.
there's like so many
And
different
and the time
takeovers.
frame was so long. That's what another
Well,
people don't understand about history. They don't understand deep time. They don't
yeah,
understand how, like,
they act like it
even the
was black people
philosophy,
there the whole time.
like Egypt's philosophy changed multiple times. They
Yeah.
anyways, I get frustrated when I talk about history because people don't understand. So this one says people demand freedom of speech as a compensation for the freedom of thought, which they seldom use.
Wow. Wow. Now that's deep. That's got to punch some people in the gut. Like that's got to be a
Oh shit, we lost. I'm gonna read it again. People demand freedom of speech as a compensation for the freedom of thought, which they seldom use.
I don't know why I did that, man.
It's all right, you back.
And you know that whole like I ain't gonna lie, I enjoyed like just being, of course I like to share ideas, of course with a worthy opponent or somebody who, but just because I can speak freely, I can say whatever, thoughts that come to mind. Like I don't think everybody's worthy of that conversation or even, maybe even ready for that.
They're
You
not
know,
ready. That's the better way of saying it because
yeah,
there's
I don't want to
a
say worthy, but yeah, they're more not ready for stuff like that. And shit, you end up like I'm such a weirdo to a lot of people, to where and I actually accept that. I am
me
a
too.
weirdo.
Me too. I
I'm
accept it.
and I'm cool with that. Like I'm glad not to be like the average, person, average thinker, or just I just kind of take pride in that. What is our guy
He's,
saying?
he says Crick Guard is pretty mind blowing stuff. Second year philosophy. Basically, that's the guy. His name is Soren Kierkegaard or whatever. That's the guy. The quote. That's
Okay.
where that quote came from. So yeah, this is heavy philosophy stuff that but I pulled this off of somebody else's Instagram page though, by the way. But
Yeah,
it caught my eye, so and I wanted and
that's a strong one right there. I ain't gonna lie, that's a powerful one.
yeah, so it's the same people talking about freedom of speech, but they just want freedom of speech so they can listen to the talking head to give them what to think.
Look, can you look up like a guy named Krishna Murti?
Yeah, give me this proper spelling.
KRISHN Krishna
SHNA,
A
and then what is it?
space Krishnamurti, Murti. I might still have it messed up, but it should bring him up.
It popped up Murti.
Yeah.
I got a Wikipedia page. Indian spiritual philosopher.
Yes. He's got some.
Uh,
He's got some strong stuff too, man.
they got a bunch of videos. They got some YouTube videos, but they're all kind of long. They got a 4-minute one. Let me see. Maybe they got something good in his Wikipedia page. Let me see. Growing up, life altering experience, break with the past, middle years, later years, death, schools, influence. It says works. And
Quotes. Look up
yeah.
quotes.
Oh yeah, that'll work. Let me go back. Fuck. Okay, yeah, quotes. Goodreads, Judah Krishna quotes. Okay, we got a list of them. I'm gonna share the screen.
Yeah, I might have to be
Oh,
heading back to the truck soon because I just got a warning on my battery.
oh, you're gonna run out of.
Well, yeah, I'm that it. I'm gonna head back there in a few before it goes out. We'll still be on, but I'm just giving you a heads
Damn it,
up.
that's not it. It's this one. Judith Krishna quotes. I shared the wrong screen. Stop screen. Share. Share screen. We want this one. Okay. It says it's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society.
That's that is the one. Like, I mean, like for you to be so like, I mean, there's no great bill of health for you to like when you're in a sick society and you're so fit into it and like you don't have no pushback or nothing, like you're just so ingrained in that sick society, like there's no measure of health for you. Like I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like
That could be United States right now.
it could be, man.
That's me being nice, man.
That's the one right there. Like that's the one that I mean, because quite a few of
Here's
them.
another
Like,
one. The ability to observe without evaluating is the highest form of intelligence. I've heard that one before. Here's another one. You must understand the whole life, not just one little part of it. That is why you must read. That is why you must look at the skies. That is why you must sing and dance and write poems and suffer and understand for all that is life. That one, I like that a lot. I like that one better than the other two.
really?
I really do because I feel like that's what's missing. Like, and okay, so back to education. When people teach, they get a PhD and it'll be on something that's really like specific, a really narrow thing that they are a professional at and they know a lot about that thing, but they don't know shit about like nothing else. And they don't even know how that thing that they know a lot about fits into the whole big picture of things.
Well, and then the thing too, I mean, you got to realize is like a lot of people know certain things, but then they couldn't articulate it or to be able to, share it with somebody where it becomes valuable to someone other than themselves. So, you know, I think that's a part of what they're saying in that as well, because, you know, that I find there's a lot of people like they're not really like they focus on this one thing so much, like actually like a friend, like they don't even really know what a friend is. Like they consider people that they've talked to in class or like people that I might consider an associate, that's a friend. Or
Right.
like actually dealing with people in an intimate way, they don't know how to do that.
Yep, because they haven't experienced life. Like that quote is saying, for you to really understand the world, you got to kind of experience it. You
Yeah.
know, you gotta live, sing, dance, go fishing. Make mistakes. Yeah, I like this stuff. Here's another one from him. He says, when you call yourself an Indian or a Muslim or a Christian or a European or anything else, you are being violent. Do you see why it is violent? Because you are separating yourself from the rest of mankind. When
Yeah.
you separate yourself by belief, by nationality, by tradition, it breeds violence. So a man who is seeking to understand violence does not belong to any country, to any religion, to any political party or partial system. He is concerned with the total understanding of mankind. That's
Yeah.
heavy.
Now that's deep, but we're so far gone. Like hopefully we can evolve back to a day where,
Yeah.
we can exist as just humans and, like borders, like
That's
because
and that's what I've been screaming in my damn videos. That
yeah,
all
I
the
mean, because
nationality
nature.
shit.
What's the book? Nature knows no color lines. I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, I mean, there shouldn't be any separation between all of that. But I mean, even myself, and I think even you, like, I mean, we still separate ourselves from others one way or another.
And because of the paradigm that we live in, it's like that's what the way it's set up. But I try to untrain myself to
Yeah.
not think in nationally way, not to think in racial ways, to try not
Well,
to think in
it's
separating
impossible.
yourself.
I think it's
It-
impossible at this juncture in life. It's impossible for us to actually,
because all
you
the
know,
systems are set up
the way.
that reinforces this shit.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I think that we could get back there maybe another century or so. I mean, if we can actually.
You say a century.
Well, I'm trying
I
to be
feel you
as
though.
realistic as
I
possible
feel you.
because
Yeah.
I
It
mean
would take that long to undo the freaking
well
brainwashing.
we're
And then
here where we are now because of 2.5 centuries of thought, this type of thought.
right.
At
So
the
you can't
least.
undo it overnight.
Yeah.
So he says, it is truth that liberates, not your effort to be free. And I live by that. I live by that. I live by that. My truth is
He's
what
very
makes me free.
profound. He's very profound, bro.
I live by that quote
Yeah.
because I think lies are evil, and even little white lies. I try not to lie about the slight. The only time I'm gonna lie to you is to protect your feelings. That's the
Well,
only
I
time
mean,
I'm gonna lie to
and
you.
you know what? I was watching T-Pain's podcast.
No, this guy knows, bro. Hell no, sucker. Why,
Say, bro.
bro?
Say, bro.
Why? Why you protecting people's feelings? I thought that's what we were doing here.
No, I'm
Nah,
just
we
saying
got
what I
to.
do in real life. What
Yeah,
I
I
do
mean,
in real life.
say,
That's the only time I lie is to to protect people's feelings. That's the only time I lie.
well, unless I know
Yeah.
somebody that can, handle the truth. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna lie to them, especially if I give a shit about them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna soften the blows. I'm gonna, give it to them easy, where at least kind of gives them something to think about, and maybe feel my you know I don't know. I guess just to, so I don't want to go around just hurting people that's not ready for it. But like you guys, I'm gonna give it to you in the gut. But but I love y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all can
Yeah.
handle it. You know what I'm saying? But there's just certain people that they're really not ready. They can't handle it, and just some whatever. But no, but what
Whoa.
I was about to what I was about to say is that I was watching T-Pain's Nappy Boy radio podcast, and B Simone was on there, and she's going through this whole thing with her boyfriend. She's was breaking up with, I don't know how long this was ago, but I just kind of ran into it recently. But he was like, she's making excuses for people lying because they're just weak, and they just like they fuck boys and this and the other. But T-Pain's like, no, we lie to people we care about. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like you got it all wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that that's just a part that some people just don't get, because they're too
Yeah.
busy. They're caught up in just regular. I don't know. Like
Not thinking.
she's
Actually, she
yeah.
didn't
I mean,
spend time. She didn't spend a lot of people open their mouth before they've spent time on their thought.
it's her emotions that's speaking, and
Yeah.
for one, it's like why even why like a lot of guys only really want to be monogamous because the woman wants you to be, and he cares enough about her to be like, okay, I'm gonna try to be monogamous. But I see women all the time that if I had a chance,
Yeah.
I do some things to her. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
So
know.
Doc said, even worse, after the beer virus, people are so starved for human contact, they connect with anyone they can, good or bad for them. I think that goes back to what you were saying about people not really knowing what a friend is, the difference between a friend and an associate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what that comment was about.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, because that thing is really so true, man, that a lot of us don't really have. And you would think, like, for me being a truck driver, but I think before I was a truck driver, I was always like human, I love people. Like, I like to interact. I mean, I always kind of been, but some people are just so out of touch and been so protected from certain things to where they don't even realize that they don't really have relationship skills.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's see this one. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think.
Say that again.
That's pretty good. It says you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think.
Ah, yeah. Living life as if it's your last moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't like Socrates for philosophy, but those who
Nah.
want the fewest things are nearest to the gods. Again, they always be trying to sound fucking clever, but that sitting around like, let me
That's
say
very
something
clever.
that sounds.
Hey, bro, that's very clever right there, my friend. That is very clever.
But
You
it's
did your
actually
thing.
pretty good as far as like what it means. What it means is that when you desire that takes away from life. Basically, is what he's
Yeah,
saying. You know what I mean? God
yeah,
doesn't desire anything. So if you think of yourself as God body, then you should desire nothing.
Well,
You should feel that you have everything that you need. There's no need for desire. Again, I don't like Socrates for fucking philosophy though. That guy was an idiot. The final proof of greatness lies in being able to endure criticism without resentment. You need to be
well,
able to accept constructive criticism. I don't know if that's the final proof of greatness, but everyone needs to be able to accept criticism. If you can't accept criticism, then how can you ever improve? Because sometimes
yeah.
you need that person outside of you to check you because maybe you can't do it yourself. So when somebody comes to you and be like, hey, why don't you do such and such? You should probably try to listen. You know what I mean? At the very least, take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean?
yeah, and yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that because I mean, you know what I'm saying? We're not always in the right headspace to check ourselves.
Hmm.
So we
Hmm.
do have to allow ourselves to hear others without getting so offended just because, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit, sometimes we be tripping.
That's Doc. Remember Doc Curtis?
Yeah, I remember, Doc.
Yeah, that's who's leaving the comments.
Yeah, I know.
And not being able to interact via server, I was a wreck, lights were dim. I guess he means mentally. We all go through it, brother. Everyone sees what you appear
Hey,
to
Soccer.
be.
Hey, Soccer. You ever had a pimple that you needed to pop?
Sure.
Yeah, everybody's had those. I know this ain't story time. This not that episode. Hey, bro. Tomorrow, first episode.
You gonna do your show
Guaranteed.
tomorrow? Do it,
Yeah,
man.
it's happening tomorrow. It's happening tomorrow, bro.
Do it, man.
A lot of shit, bro. I know we didn't agree, bro. I know we didn't agree. But I still don't agree with the whole Travis Scott thing, dude. Man, dude, I hate this shit, dude. I hate it, man. I hate it,
Yeah.
bro. I
Agree with
hate it,
what?
bro. I hate it.
I don't even know if I want to talk about that shit. That shit is fucking
I
demonic,
know,
man.
dude. Fuck.
I don't. It put me in such a
I'm,
bad
I,
mood talking about that shit last time. I don't think I
fuck.
want to go down that road.
This is, yeah. I can understand that. I can understand that. I don't give a fuck. I can
Um,
understand that.
because the mouth is a thing. Do y'all know about the devourer of souls?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard of that.
the tongue and the sword. Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, that's different. What you're talking about, Curtis? The devourer of
Is it?
souls. The devourer of souls. Okay.
Is
Well, there's an image related to it, but it goes back to like pagan beliefs. Um, it's a religious thing. It's a devourer of souls. It's basically the devil. You know what I'm saying? Basically, the devil in a basic way for
wow,
people to
wow,
understand.
wow,
No,
wow, wow.
So,
well, that's
so
a
listen.
lot of that is based on perspective too, because I mean, when we forget that God, well, good and evil, God and the devil
I just,
is
I
one
just,
thing.
I just using the devil as a for people to understand. So
Yeah.
so the devourer of souls, it's like a mouth. It's a mouth that's always hungry, and it's insatiable. Its appetite is never filled, and it's like a hungry ghost, if you will. You know,
Mm.
it can never fill its stomach. So, and the Travis Scott concert, you know, the Astroworld thing, it had the big mouth, and everybody walked into the mouth. That was the entrance into the fucking park.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let's go back. Let's get back to philosophy because, like I say, that shit got some fucking evil spirits with it. This guy says everyone sees what you appear to be. Few experience what you really are.
Hmm.
What do you think
Hmm.
about that?
I
Yes, me
think
or
that
yes, Pat.
Hmm.
Yes,
I
me
think
or
that's
yes,
for either one.
Pat.
I think that's for either one of us.
Oh yeah,
But
that's for either one of y'all. Yeah, that's just a philosophy. This guy Machiavelli.
yeah, I mean, I think that's true because I mean, who doesn't have some secrets? You know,
Well, I think what the quote is trying to say is no one really knows you. Like no one really knows you. Like it's impossible for someone to experience you really. Like because for someone to know you, they have to see you in the good, the bad, the ugly.
yeah, exactly. But I think I mean that's partially what I'm saying with that. I mean, for somebody like, and that's just really an example of like everybody. I mean, even if it's not, let's just not even say it's a secret, but I mean, there's things that you experience other people don't know that you've experienced, and walks that you've had, and perspectives that you've had that you may never have discussed, at least with them. So I mean, there's some people that's going to see certain sides of you that others won't, and vice versa.
Right.
So
Exactly.
yeah.
So no one gets to see your whole self. Doc wrote Machiavelli equals how to screw over people and gain influence. And I would agree with him. What he's saying is Machiavelli's philosophy is all about that. So it's kind of like the 48 laws of power, right? I bet you the 48 laws of power pulled a lot of shit from Machiavelli. Here's another quote. Remember, whenever you're in a position to help someone, be glad and always do it because that's the universe answering someone else's prayers through you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, and well, I'm not gonna go into that again because I mean, you don't really want to talk about it, but that's the universe is working all the time.
Right.
So I mean, to question, when something happens bad to somebody, when something happens good, I mean, it's the universe working as it works.
Both ways. Yeah, no, I don't mind having this conversation. I was just saying that earlier when I said the devil, I just used that as a way, because I have to simplify things for the audience for them to understand. You know what I mean? Because some of the concepts that we talk about here is kind of heavy, and I don't want to fucking leave.
Yeah, and I
leave
don't want to.
people.
I try not to seem insensitive, because I mean, I care about humanity greatly, but at the same time, I mean, what will we get done if we mourn you know, every
We have to
life?
build up. We have to build them up. Oh, you mean mourn every life? Okay, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, what I was gonna say is we have to build them up, get them up to the level that because the level me and you at, Pat, and Curtis is too, because he understands a lot of this too. That's why I fuck with him. It took trauma for me to get where I'm at. It took trauma. I don't know how you got where you was, and I don't know how Curtis got
You still
to
see it
his
though.
point.
You still see it though, right? I'm just making sure, bro.
Yeah, I saw.
Hey man, don't piss me off by calling me a fucking conservative. I'm not a conservative, bro. I'm not a
I'm
fucking
not.
conservative. Don't
Wait,
ever
I'm
wait a
not.
call
minute.
me a conservative,
Say,
bro.
bro. Oh, wait a minute, you got a problem with conservatives?
Are
Kinda, kinda,
look. I think
Oh,
this is one of
kinda.
this.
so what's up? What's up?
But look,
There we go.
Pat. This goes back to the quote that we just read earlier. The guy talking about the freaking
Mm-mm. They don't have to do that
labels.
shit. Hey,
The
bro.
the
So,
national.
Pat. What's your problem with conservatives, bro?
Shit, I am one. What you mean? I don't have a problem with conservatives.
That's our
But
problem.
but
Is
but the thing is, I got the
Yeah,
balance to
you
it.
do.
I'm a conservative liberal.
And that's what I'm saying. Just like that quote earlier where the guy was talking about putting us in those boxes. This is where it causes the division. It also causes the fucking wars and everything. One person saying they're liberal, one person saying they're conservative, one person saying they're
I mean,
American,
I'm a socialist.
one
Like,
person saying they're German, one person saying they're Mexican. You know what I'm saying? One person saying they're black, one person saying they're white.
Okay. All right. All right.
That's it.
Nope.
That's the
wait a
problem.
Nope.
minute, hold on. I didn't do
Nope.
something wrong.
Nope. I said fucking no. I said
We
fucking no.
we have to leave out those
But
labels if
damn.
we really want to try to begin to really understand things. Because once we start looking at stuff from a point of view of
Facts.
conservative or liberal, then you're going to be missing a part of the story. And also, you get triggered when someone attacks you saying you're conservative. But if you don't identify yourself as that label, then you won't feel that way. I don't care
Very
what they
limited, bro.
I don't care
Very
what they say
limited,
about
bro.
I don't care what they say about Democrats. I don't give a damn what they say about Republicans. I don't care what they
Yeah,
say about liberals, and I don't give a damn what they say about conservatives. I don't give a fuck because look, it's all the same. Look at this shit that's happening in politics right now. It shows that there's only one fucking party. It
look,
shows there's only one party.
yeah.
There's only
See,
one party.
well, really, the thing is, because all of that party stuff is for us. Like, as far as they're concerned, they're living their good life no matter
They're
what.
buddies.
Like, when you realize the whole theater that
It's a theater.
happens, yeah, it's all theater.
All theater. It's all theater. So they're all just it's a way to fuck over all of us while we're stuck on that liberal,
Well,
Democrat,
see,
Republican bullshit.
the labels is proof of how they use us to separate us. Like, what was said, I forget who was it Carter G. Woodson or whatever. Well, the quote is, the oppressor will oppress the oppressed until the oppressed oppresses themselves. So they push and push. They send these different dog whistles, these like just like saying these things that get people triggered, and then some people like automatically they're gonna have different views. We're not monolithic on any regardless of our race. So they know that at some point we're gonna have some kind of disagreement with the other, but as long as they flame the fire, add fuel to the fire, we're gonna keep pushing up against each other more, where they're sitting back, okay, we got them where we want them, and then we don't, like, we're not being progressive with each other anymore. We're not we the people anymore. It's them and the they, and us
Exactly.
and y'all.
And this is a perfect segue into what I want. Another thing I wanted to talk about today was the CRT
Smoking
thing.
fucking mirrors, bro.
Yeah, smoking
Yeah.
mirrors. Basically
bro.
what we were saying, a fucking theater.
Yeah.
So fucking but that's a perfect segue into another thing I wanted to talk about was the CRT. CRT, like I say, no one knows really what it is. It's not taught in no schools any fucking where. But this topic becomes so fucking political, and it's also driving the political races. You got people winning, they're winning whole fucking seats
States.
behind this CRT shit, talking about, oh, they're teaching my kids this stuff and I don't want them to teach them this stuff. And it's really just politics. It's all the way only politics only. And it's just to like make these people mad or make these people mad or whatever. It's just to get votes. CRT is going to be used for this 2022 election, and it will be used in 2024. And I ain't going to lie, the Republicans are finna clean the fuck up using this shit. They finna clean up.
Yeah. Which they probably should anyway, but I mean for other reasons than CRT. But however,
that's like, gonna be that's the hot button topic. But that's what makes me it makes me sad. It makes me so sad that nobody, first off, it's not being taught in any schools. It shouldn't even be.
And the question is like,
it's not even a thing. It's not even a thing.
Well, it's obviously a thing. I mean, like they've been teaching it in law classes in some colleges or whatever. So it's a thing. It's been taught somewhere. My thing is why do they choose to bring it to the elementary?
That's what I'm talking about. It's not a thing for K through 12. It's not a thing for K through 12.
But
at all.
It can become a thing. So that's why it's something that's being talked about. So, but what is the whole thing is, what is the importance of it? Why now we pushing, or they're pushing for this in, I don't know
because
what
they want to, because they want to take over the school curriculums. Like it wasn't enough to, they created all these charter schools and these private schools and these religious schools, and they get to control the curriculum in those private schools. It wasn't, and they've been that's what another thing, people have to watch history, because things don't happen overnight. This has been a thing for a while. Betsy DeVos. Y'all know who Betsy DeVos is?
Yeah, that was the education.
Thank you
for Trump. Yeah,
for Trump, and that's what she was. That was what she, her family rich as fuck. But what they do is charter schools. Like that's what they do, and they're all about like it's evangelical is involved in this. Like it's religious to them because they don't, they want to have control over the school curriculums. So that's what Betsy DeVos is all about. And they put her in charge of fucking the Secretary of Education. And so she was doing her thing the whole time when Trump was in there. And so what I'm saying is this has been coming this way. This is what they're doing with the CRT is they want to manipulate all of the curriculums in K through 12 to make sure that it doesn't. What they're doing is they passed a law here in Texas where everything, whenever you talk about history, it has to be neutral. And you can't talk about gender biases and you can't talk about racial biases, so that's what it is. So it makes it more difficult for the teachers to teach, especially history, because they got to tiptoe around this fucking law that'll fucking get them in trouble.
So is that what because that doesn't sound like the same thing as the CRT.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying. I don't think you really get it. I don't think you get it, Pat. I don't think you get it.
What you mean?
They're using CRT to manipulate the curriculum in K through 12. And
Yeah.
CRT is not taught in K through 12 at all. But
I
they're
get it.
using that as an excuse to take, like I say, they're taking Toni Morrison books. They're taking books that's been in the school system for years and years and years, and they're pulling them now, and they're calling them CRT. You can't even talk about Martin Luther King. I was watching today. I got a video on this. Because
Okay, and that's fine. I mean, but my whole thing is, okay, somebody's pushing for the CRT. There's, which I'm gonna say is the Democrats. They're pushing for the CRT, and a lot of Republicans or conservatives, they're pushing against it. So my thing is how it came about. I mean, people, period, I guess, because I mean, even myself, I find it kind of hard that, okay, this whole CRT doesn't seem to be as as beneficial if
they've sold you on this shit. It's not
unless you, but
a
you don't even
topic.
you're not even
Go
listening.
ahead.
I didn't
Go
finish
ahead. Go
because
ahead.
my whole thing is, and maybe it's the same thing with the whole the way that they identifying the defunding the police. Maybe it's just a bad
Right.
way to
And I
that
right.
because see, I'm being very specific about certain things that you getting triggered because you think I don't understand. I have a kid in school right now that I want to understand our history, the mysteries of our history. Like I want him to understand this and not just from me because I can't,
You don't have
always.
time.
Yeah, I can't get into depth with it. But if we're honest enough as people to teach truth, then there's nothing, because like at some
And
point
that's
these
what they
white
don't
So
kids,
want.
Pat, what's up?
at some,
Hey,
at
hey, hey,
some
Pat,
point these
Pat,
white
Pat,
kids,
Pat, Pat.
can I
Hey, Pat.
finish
I
my
really
statement?
hate being so vague, but yeah, man, you can. But
Go,
I've been very quiet. But all right, good,
well,
good.
well, well, what I'm saying is, at some point, these white kids need to realize that, you know, there were things done by their ancestors that were not favorable to anybody.
Exactly. And
And,
they're
like their feelings, I mean, at some point, maybe like their heartstrings should get pulled so that our world can change.
and
Like them holding up these certain things, I think is a part of the failures that we continue to have, at least in this country, if not the world. Like there's a lot of things that we uphold here that makes the world where it is, because like we're like the last bastion for some people as far as what freedom is. And the
it's
the the more fake we are, the less fake the
and
rest of the
I
world is
wish I
gonna
could
be.
have. I wish I
and
could have.
that's what they're doing because they want to
Yeah, no,
erase it.
no,
They don't want to
dude,
talk about it at
fuck.
all. They want to say that we've made it past it. They're like slavery was ages ago, the civil rights era was ages ago, and we shouldn't see color no more, and it doesn't affect people's life no more. But but we know this is not true. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think the Democrats are trying to push no CRT at all, like into no K through
Well,
12
the
at
only reason
all.
why I'm
The
sorry, but I
Republicans are the
mean,
ones who jumped in and on this, and they're using this as a tool to get elected. That's all it is.
I don't think it's
Hey, bro, what are you
quite
thinking
that.
about right
I don't
now?
think it's quite that shallow, because, and the reason why I say the Democrats is because this is something that I hear like Roland Martin
Shocking
harp
news,
on,
dude.
and
You know what's about to happen. Hey, hey, y'all,
he's
let me know when I can speak because
it's your turn. It's your turn.
no, no,
It's your
no. I don't
turn.
get turns, bro. I don't get turns. It's like,
Yeah, because
hey,
you
did I
just
ask
take
a
it.
question
You jump
or
out there whenever you
you
get
take it?
ready.
You just take
So
it.
it's your turn.
That's where we are. All right, let me show you what taking is like.
What do you got to say, Curtis?
Fuck you. Number one. Number two. Number two. No, no, bro. You better. And then it's all inspirational, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes, it's all inspirational. So number one, dude, you better fucking live your life. What y'all fucking talking about, man? You already losing. You're already fucking losing. You know, the fucking battle itself it's not your own fucking state of mind. You already got caught, motherfucker.
What do you
I'm angry
mean?
at Shaka. I'm
Who are you
angry
talking?
at Shaka because we too close.
What do you mean
Oh
though?
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
get.
no. Oh, we fucking up everything. We fucking up everything, bro. That's what I set out to do. I said I was gonna destroy everything, and that's what I'm fucking gonna do. That's what I'm
All right, but
fucking
we
gonna
need you
do
to be,
right now.
but we do need you to be somewhat specific so that everybody
Yeah,
understands what
yeah,
you're referring to.
yeah. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? You mean humanity is messing stuff up? Because I'd agree with you on
Come on,
that.
bro. Well. Yeah. You go have fun over there. You go have fun over there. I happen to have a very pissed off night.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Well, say,
yeah.
I
look,
wait.
I got some bandages and some Neosporin. You know what I'm saying?
And I wake
Oh
up. I
no.
wake up full
I
of
don't mind
rage
sharing. I don't mind
every
sharing it.
day. I wake up in rage
You missed
every day.
the first quarter of the show, so like shit.
Let
Chalk.
me. This is I'm gonna take a quick potty break, and I'm gonna play a bit of this video, because they cover both sides of the CRT thing, but the video is long, so I can't play it all. But I think they cover it pretty good, both sides at the beginning. So here I'm gonna play this for y'all. This is just to help people understand a little bit more about what it really is. Like I say, it's not really I mean, they're making it into a thing. It wasn't really a thing, and it's not really a thing. They're just it's political. That's all it really is. It's just political, and they're using it as a tool to fucking get elected.
But who's using it? Who's using it for? Like,
all children's learning.
They want entire schools turned over to that sort of teaching being the center of all curricula. That's not an education. That is an academy of anti-racism.
Rumblings of resistance turned into a full-blown backlash.
The way diversity was being practiced at Riverdale was diminishing people.
When you hear them talk about the sin of whiteness, what you're watching is the death of our future as a country.
Protests against so-called critical race theory turned political and are putting targets on teachers' backs.
A Sullivan County teacher is a step closer to being fired by the school district.
We've discussed things like COVID, Me Too, climate change.
Have you ever received complaints about any of the other issues?
No, never.
Just on race.
Just on race.
Now, sweeping bans are also setting their sights on subjects well beyond race.
CRT is the catchphrase. What is actually happening in this bill is that you're not allowed to talk about racism. You're not allowed to talk about sexism. You're not allowed to talk about sexual orientation. And it has had a chilling effect.
The intention is really to put us in this war against each other.
So good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. Last fall, I pulled my kids from Riverdale Country School. What schools like Riverdale are doing to our children in the name of anti-racism is in fact teaching them racism.
In 2021, investor and entrepreneur Brian launched FAIR, which stands for Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. He says FAIR is a response to the diversity and inclusion efforts at his kids' private school, which he believes are exacerbating the problem they were created to solve.
So tell me about FAIR. What is the organization about? What are your aims?
FAIR is committed to advancing civil rights and liberties and a common culture of fairness, understanding, and humanity. We're specifically focused on educating people about what I call an intolerant orthodoxy. We're not just defining ourselves by what we're against, right, being anti-racist, but we're also defining ourselves by what we're for, which is bringing people together and recognizing our shared humanity.
Bartning is one of a handful of parents who have gotten attention for their opposition to anti-racism efforts in New York City private schools.
We have made the decision to not re-enroll our daughter for next year. This is really, because critical race theory is really a cancer in our schools and in our society.
I read this, that you took your kids out of the school in New York, and I have been hearing anecdotally very much the same thing from many parents.
When we looked at Riverdale, it felt perfect. It was really everything that we wanted in a school. It was not a hard decision.
Martinique's children, ages 8 and 11, attended Riverdale Country School, which costs nearly $60,000 per year per student. And since it's a private institution, it has more freedom over its curriculum than public schools.
I think where things changed dramatically is over the summer of 2020.
Americans are in the streets tonight demanding justice after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis.
They're done shooting us! Thousands filling the streets from New York to Los Angeles.
The school started sending out memos about a new approach, a new curriculum, and I wasn't sure how to interpret those, but there was a lot of language that I was unfamiliar with, references to anti-racism, that as somebody who has always been deeply opposed to racism, and myself, the product of a marriage between two people from different racial backgrounds, I kept an open mind. One moment that gave me pause was when the head of the lower school sent a memo that told us as parents it was our responsibility to teach our children to focus on racial differences. And that's the antithesis of what I believe and what I know to be true. It was teaching them to see each other as defined by their skin color and to see each other as inherently different based on that skin color.
Yeah. So if you ignore it,
as a black
then
woman,
that just
I see things through color.
the cops just keep killing people.
Race is a lens for me, and it's a lens that my children experience as well. And I think for someone to say, well, I don't see skin color, I just see who you are, I think you're leaving out a really big part of who I am. You're leaving out my cultural capital.
In 2009, Gina Parker Collins, who was one Riverdale Country School graduate and another still in attendance, founded an organization to promote greater diversity in private schools.
You founded RISE. What is RISE, and what do you aim to do with this organization?
So RISE stands for Resources in Independent School Education. And goal simply is to make sure that independent schools are building stronger bridges with families of color in culturally relevant ways. We aim to attract families of color, Black and brown families who value and are willing to invest in independent school education.
It seems as though it's become this sort of big bad boogeyman that many parents and organizations are alarmed that, students as young as, let's say, elementary school students are becoming preoccupied with race, with their skin color. What do you say to that?
I feel empathy for parents who are so worried about the idea that their children are feeling shamed or that there's just too much focus on skin color. That's a privilege that you have.
Privilege.
When, in fact, you're part of what you might consider a monolith. So we don't have to talk about that. We can talk about other things. And that makes folks feel uncomfortable. But this is coming from a place of love. When I think of the work that RISE does, when I think of the how I feel as a mom of two Black children, it's centered around love and empathy.
One of the things that some of the parents that we've spoken to that are involved with FAIR say is a lot of these lessons and conversations around race are welcome, but we're going too far.
Fuck. What does too far look like? And what does too young look like? When we know that the challenges of structural racism is a public health crisis. The American Medical Association has proclaimed that, the CDC has proclaimed that. So to act as if racism doesn't exist and conversations around healing and belonging don't need to happen, I just don't know where they're stuck at.
Anti-racism and diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in schools have recently become fused with a decades-old academic legal concept known as critical race theory, or CRT, which acknowledges racial disparities that have persisted in U.S. history and offers a framework to understand how racism is enforced in U.S. law and culture. There's no evidence CRT is taught in K-12 schools, but some initiatives at the K through 12 level are inspired by its tenets.
One problem with CRT is that it reinforces racism in that it implies that Black people are in a permanently down condition, or we're in a down condition that can only change with some revolution in the way people think that deep down we know is never actually going to happen. Also, CRT has an implication that only so much can be expected of Black people until this revolutionary change happens.
John McWhorter teaches linguistics at Columbia University and is a board member of FAIR.
Surely, though, you agree with some of the goals, perhaps not the tactics, but some of the goals that these people have. And what are they?
Oh, of course, power relations are important, that a great many people get the short end of the stick in society and really can barely change it. We do need to seek justice. We are an imperfect nation in a great many ways. We always have been, and we will be for a long time. However, I contest the idea that these things are not taught already. Certainly, people need to learn about slavery, and not just a little. People need to learn what racism is, and that it's not just calling somebody the N-word or burning a cross on someone's lawn. All of that's very important, but that's not what the new CRT crowd want. What they think about most is don't be a racist, don't be a racist. But what they want is for battling power differentials to be the focus of everything. And I think most of us know we'd like to battle power differentials, but it's not going to be the main meal.
So that's basically both sides of the argument.
Critical.
He's going back to the other side now.
Or of critical race theory say, there's an overemphasis on race by so explicitly pointing out what my color is, what your color is, that we're really only reinforcing racism.
The structure of our society is built on race. Some of us see it and feel it every day of our lives, like I did at the school where I was one of 2 or 3 other Black people. We can ignore that, but what would the point be? Is that a great education? When you bring in different perspectives and different people's stories and experience, it enriches education. It expands all children's learning.
Now, have you seen bad implementations of this?
Of course, right? That's like asking, have I seen a bad math lesson? Right? Like, yes, teachers are humans, especially as we're trying to figure out how to teach about race and racism.
How do you address parents who are not comfortable with their kids being introduced to these concepts?
I take a deep breath. I figure out I ask, what's making you uncomfortable? Talk to me. Because often parents have these ideas that you're teaching my child about race, as if children don't already have their own ideas about race, right? As if children, because they're observers of the world and they learn by taking in information, they recognize what they see. They see that there are different skin colors. They've already absorbed messages about race without anyone planning for that.
Tennessee.
In the spring of 2021, concerns about CRT continued to escalate and started becoming a flashpoint at public schools across the country.
The Sullivan County teacher is a step closer to being fired by the school district. The Sullivan County Board of Education tonight confirmed charges of dismissal against contemporary issues teacher and baseball coach Matthew Hahn.
I love teaching this class.
No coincidence. It's 10 in Tennessee.
Because I was that student.
They fired that
I grew
guy.
up K through 12.
Tennessee and
we
Texas are almost
didn't
identical.
talk about it. I mean, like Sullivan County is 100% or 94%
They might be a little more extreme.
white.
They might
Matt
be.
Hahn has been a teacher in the
A lot
Tennessee
of
public school
MLK
system
died
for
in
16
Tennessee,
years,
right?
and for the last 10 has taught a contemporary issues class at Sullivan
MLK
Central
was
High
killed
School,
in Tennessee.
where he and his students discussed news events and other
Yeah,
conversations happening in the U.S. and abroad.
Teaching this class and teaching this material is very, very important to me. Not only to me personally, but the kids want to learn it too. My students want to learn this stuff. They see what's happening in the news. They see George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Jacob Blake, and they see all these things, and they want to know what is the environment surrounding this. What is the history behind what's happening in the United States with regards to race.
So how did you lose your job?
Well, this goes back to the fall of 2020. It was the Jacob Blake and the Kyle Rittenhouse situation in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Protests over the police shooting of Jacob Blake continued for a fifth day. Blake is still recovering from multiple gunshot wounds. Kyle Rittenhouse, the teenager charged with killing two people during Tuesday night's protest, is appearing before a judge this morning.
And I said, well, I have to talk about this in my contemporary issues class. And so I did, and I made the statement that white privilege is a fact. And I asked my students, what are we going to do to help or contribute to ending racism in the United States? After the January the 6th insurrection, I assigned an article by Ta-Nehisi Coates called The First White President. We were going to look at the 2016 election. We were going to look at social media and Trump being a good businessman, all the things that the students brought up. And it had some language in it. And a parent complained, and I received a reprimand from the central office saying that I was not giving varying viewpoints to my students and that the language in the article was inappropriate for high school students. Fast forward to the Derek Chauvin trial. One of my students in the class, in response to one of my questions, brought up white privilege. And I said, well, what is that? And so we started to research white privilege. And then we watched a poem by Kyla Janae Lacey entitled White Privilege. And there is some language in that.
This European history being taught as a major and African as an elective. It is learning about my people only 28 days, like I'm not black every second.
We discussed it, had a really good discussion about it. I think
Oh, bro, I saw that video, bro. I saw that video, bro.
They complained.
And Black history is such a fucking slap in the face.
Like for real, bro. Like for real, bro. I saw that damn video, man, and she told the truth, bro. That's hard. That's what you call hard, bro.
Social issues like
you can't eat that shit. You can't eat it no matter how.
There should be,
You can't
there should
eat
be
it,
no
bro.
such
climate change.
There should be no such thing as Black history.
Right.
There's just history.
I get to do it for 28 fucking days. What the fuck?
But just think about what our current system, how it's implicated, how minute,
white males,
quote unquote, black
may
people
feel
in
as
America.
though
Like
the
that's,
conversation
for them to just have February to really like that show any importance of them, and then the rest of it is
changed.
It's all white history. The rest of it,
yeah. So like,
race pits white.
I mean, there needs to be some change to it, but
the bad guys, the oppressors.
I don't know. It's
yeah, I can understand that.
like I said, honesty is the best policy.
The
as
way
far
that
as
I
I'm
frame
concerned.
that to my students,
but that's not what they're doing.
Continuing to,
They're trying to take out
live here
anything
in the
that
United
makes the
States
little white kids
and
feel
not
uncomfortable.
do anything about racial oppression is a contribution to it, and you can make that choice.
The increased scrutiny.
Well,
of
I don't
contrast
think it's the
allowing the
kids
shift
so
in the
much.
national conversation.
It's
about
the
critical
parents.
race theory, in part,
Yeah,
fueled by
like they're
conservatives
so
working to
disgusted
politicize
with
the term,
themselves,
as conservative
or
journalist
so
Chris
so
Wilson
ashamed of
suggested on the street in
themselves
March
or
of
their
2021.
history
Now, no
to
one has
where
done more in this country
they
than
don't
Chris
want it to be
Rufo
talked about.
expose so-called critical race theory for what it really is.
We've woken up millions of parents to the dangers of critical race theory. They're now starting to take action in school boards across the country.
Yep, that's what's happening. They're getting on the school boards. That's what I was talking about in the other one.
Critical
It's
race
happening
theory
across the
became a
country.
household name, and videos of parents and teachers denouncing CRT at school board meetings around the country flooded social media feeds. Groups like Moms for Liberty have protested nationwide. The nonprofit was founded in 2021 and quickly ballooned to over 60,000 members in 33 states.
We do not co-parent with the government. Well, then don't take your kids to school then.
This is his first real season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Robin Steenman is the chair of the Moms for Liberty chapter in Williamson County, Tennessee.
Given the environment that we're in right now, talking about racial injustice and injustice in general, what do you make of the future for your children?
I'm worried that we are creating racial divides that we can't recover from. It really kind of dead ends in division. And that's what worries me.
You say that's
Yeah, buddy.
I don't think it has any place in the classroom. If parents want to teach their children about social justice, if they want to teach them about critical race theory or racial injustice, they're free to teach that in their home. It's their child. It's not really the public education system's job to raise your children.
See, but what she's really saying is
Steinman's Moms
was
for
okay
Liberty
as long
chapter
as
is
they're
gaining
teaching about
influence,
Columbus
amassing
and
over
a lot of the
3,000 group
falsehoods
members
that
on the
they've been
private
teaching
Facebook.
for
right.
She says their
She's
goal is
okay
to
with that,
prevent
though.
students from being introduced
She's
to
okay
some
with that.
ideas and imagery. Can you walk me through some of what you took issue with?
Right. So here's Martin Luther King and the March on Washington, story that should be told. It's an example of how the curriculum chooses to teach the history.
Why does that
We've got
story?
this
Why
photo of
that
the
story must
firemen
be
spraying
told?
the black children. And it's a different voices exercise, and it goes through 3 points of view.
The first point of view that you have highlighted here, the issue is this is violence and it's just not appropriate for
What-
second graders.
Right.
And in the second POV, you have highlighted we have to protect our citizens, our white citizens, that is.
They don't teach about the
What's
coup
the
that
issue
George Washington
there?
and
Well,
Thomas
it's highlighting
Jefferson
racism.
and all them ran
That a
on
police
the
officer would
Moors that were
discriminate
in office
based on
when
skin
they
color.
came here.
Most kids would have no
Don't
idea
teach
that a
that
police
either.
officer could or
They
would.
actually
Another-
like killed
And
the
then you're teaching
killed
that
Moors
this
or
policeman
quote unquote
is
black
and has
men
no
that
problem
was in
with
Congress
violence against children.
when they
So
came
is
here.
this a simple objection based on age
1770,
appropriateness?
Yes.
So could a
74.
sixth grader read this?
I'm not sure where the line is, but yeah, an older child absolutely could.
So this is highlighted.
Yeah, they took issue with that because it's saying that Black and white people are still not treated equally. There's been no slavery for a long time, but does that mean they're treated equally? No. And we feel that that's too heavy, for a second grader.
And we don't want them to.
I don't want them to see racism yet, to engage in it, to learn racism. I mean, they can learn history.
Can you say something, bro? I just want to make sure.
I mean, this is okay. So it's
No, I'm not against it. No. I'm not against it. You know why, bro? You know why?
Whether it's 1963 or
Mm-mm.
2021, it actually really doesn't matter, right? Because racism still does exist. But in this lesson, now it is 1963. There has been no slavery for a long time. You have no problems with. But are Black people and white people treated equally? No. So
Yeah.
it's okay.
Well, you're right. When it's pulled up, yeah, I see that. Again, this is one of our parents that highlighted this. Overall, the book, we don't take a lot of issue with, but it's just when you start adding in stuff and you're going to teach them to read and write, with just kind of graphic material, it's overkill. It's unnecessary.
Okay. But just to circle back to this for one last time, though, it's okay for children to understand that slavery existed at some point, doesn't exist now, but the idea that Blacks and whites are not treated equally, whether it's now
It's the
or
part that she doesn't want
1963,
them to know.
You don't want a second grader to be.
Because they want them to keep perpetuating the same
There's a
thing.
lot of, it's a delicate issue.
Exactly. You see, she
So
couldn't
if
answer
If
it.
we're going to talk about racism, we have to talk about Black people and white people, right? So how do you get around that?
She
I've
sees it,
had that conversation,
but she's not
with my
going to give up
kindergartner,
on it.
Actually,
She won't
who's Martin
admit
Luther
the
King
truth.
Day. And I showed her.
But she
her
has
speech,
admitted to herself,
and she saw
but
the
she's
footage
going to
of it,
still give
of the March
pushback
on
on it
Washington.
because
And I said,
she still wants
you
what she
know,
wants. She has an
in the
agenda.
past,
Agenda.
this country has done some things the wrong way. People were separated by their skin color, and it wasn't fair. And I asked her, I'm like, do you think that's a right thing to do? And she says, no. I'm like, that's correct. That is wrong. It was wrong. Since then, our country has done much to learn its lesson, and did
Has it?
away with the old way of doing things.
Hmm?
And I found that to be an age-appropriate way, to bring it up
Can't hear you,
to my
Curtis.
6-year-old.
Oh, I'm muted.
So I think you can, bring it up
Motherfucker.
and teach it in a loving way that's not vindictive, that's not going to make her
Try.
feel
Hey, man. Anyway,
guilty or
Travis Scott is right at a certain extent.
Bro,
I don't give a
stop,
fuck.
white people.
stop
who
bringing that
racist
nigga's
in the
name up,
past.
bro. Don't say that nigga name no more.
On July 1st, 2021, a new law
Travis
in Tennessee
Scott, I
went
do not
into
want to talk
effect
about
that
that
is
shit.
being called a ban on
Oh,
critical
that's what
race
you
theory,
said.
but is far more sweeping.
I don't want to talk about
In
that
addition
nigga.
to prohibiting lessons that anyone of any race or sex is inherently privileged or oppressive, either consciously or
See,
subconsciously.
this is what's
It
important.
also bans teaching any concepts that would make someone feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or distress solely because of the individual's race or sex.
Okay, we can stop it. That is the law. Did y'all hear it? I'll play that little part back again because I need y'all to hear that because this is the law that they passed in Tennessee, and they passed one very similar here in Texas.
21. A new law in Tennessee went into effect that is being called a
Not
ban
old,
on
bro.
critical race theory, but is far more sweeping. In addition to prohibiting lessons that anyone of any race or sex is inherently privileged or oppressive, either
Fuck.
consciously or subconsciously, it also bans teaching any concepts that would make someone feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or distress solely because of the individual's race or sex.
Okay, so that's the point. That's the point. Okay, now we can talk. What y'all got to say?
Man, say, bro, it's, to me, I feel like the struggles that we've gone through as Black people with the way that they taught history is what they're trying to avoid for their kids. Like things that we've had to always accept, or
Like watching
realize.
slavery movies every fucking 5 minutes. We get to be reminded every fucking day that our ancestors, well, some of our ancestors, was slaves, and they tell us that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. What kind of trauma do you think that has on the child, the little Black child?
But that's see, to me, I think even with because they have the 1619 project attached to this whole CRT from what I've been seeing, and that to me also kind of plays more into that whole slavery mindset, because honestly, if we go back to 1492, where that's where the beginning of most of the fall, the true fall, where we can see the faults on both sides, because I mean, or even before that,
And our kids are only taught that our kids are taught that our history started with slavery.
Well, and that's where that whole 1619, and they didn't even, like, they don't mention, because honestly, that those were, I mean, status wise, those were Black people. Can't even say that they were African. These were people that came from Europe that showed up in Virginia, 1619. But I mean, that doesn't work well with their story, so they keep giving that idea that these were indentured servants, these people that were criminals from Europe that first showed up, and then of course after that, they leave all the real details, because they've given the idea that all slavery was Black people. And that's what makes it fit best to that, because that's why I say the whole thing about, because like I said, both sides have great arguments, but at the same time, like, there has to be some kind of middle ground where, like, we're just being honest. Like,
Just
I mean,
be honest.
whatever happened.
The data, and that's what I be talking about all the time, because that's what I'm about. I'm all about data. And if it hurts, it doesn't hurt. It hurts, it doesn't hurt. It's the data.
They don't want to give up, because see, like, one of the things, like, if they give too much honesty, like, they have to realize or show that majority of Black people ran this country before 1776, when they created their own, or adopted, shall I say, they took what we were doing in our own government so that they can have a government of their own in 1776, and then perpetuated this whole slavery mindset, because yes, there were some Black people that came over during that time,
And when you leave out all of these this data, when you leave out all this data, then people are left with a false understanding of how can you understand? That's why I study history. It's because how can you understand what's happening now if you don't know what happened before? What happened yesterday leads to today. Period.
Yeah. Because I mean, like with the whole story, because if they tell the truth about Abraham Lincoln and the whole 40 acres and a mule idea was to give the land back to the people who had it before, because when they came in, they started, giving away land to people who had no relation to the land, and it was supposed to be like reciprocal. Like the people that had it before was
Who
getting
is that?
stolen.
Who is that?
I don't know who this is. Joshua Benjamin. He says, y'all are going back too far. Start your history on a positive note. Jackie Robinson, the 5 Heartbeats, Michael Jackson, etc. I'm a percentage Native American, and I don't bring up that history. Go ahead, Pat. I want you to answer that one.
Well, obviously, Mr. Benjamin, your perception of, real life, I'm not sure where it begins. You're probably a millennial or, Z. You're probably more of a Z than anything. But either way, I mean, history is history. And, in order to have context, the more of it gives you, a bigger vision of what we have been, what we are,
This is
and
gonna
what we
suck,
can
bro.
be.
This is gonna suck.
What are you
Well,
saying?
You know why?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Pat.
yeah. Now, as far as, Native Americans, I respect your position where you are in this country, but your relevance wasn't as strong as my history is in this country, or shall I say our history in this country, because we created it, we allowed most people to exist in it, and then we also somewhat allowed people to have their way in it without as that much of a fight. I mean, we've given up a bunch of fight in it.
He says, I'm a Gypsy, Eskimo, Cherokee, German Jew. I don't teach my kids negative history. That means you're leaving out a big, huge part of it, bro, because
You're shorting your children. Like you're trying to give a utopia of the world that is not real. And and you being closer to our age, you're saying you're 41, that really, like, you not being honest with your kids about our history, or even the state of the country in which they live in today.
I bet your kids got taught about the Holocaust because they teach everybody about the Holocaust. I bet you your kids got taught about that. That was a negative history. And the reason why it was negative, and the reason why they teach you the Holocaust is because they don't want it to happen again. Okay? People, that's what you have to understand. What they say, history repeats itself. If you don't know your history, it's gone.
And we know based on history that a lot of the Native Americans try to, because the United States was allowing you to have higher privileges than the people that was above you before, is why y'all didn't care about what happened to us anyway, as far as melanated people in this country. So, I mean, it's easy for a lot of quote unquote Native Americans, or, some of these pseudo Indians, shall I say, they didn't have a problem with turning their backs on us then, and it looks like you don't have a problem with turning your backs on us now.
Well, he says, I have heritage on both sides of the atrocity. You don't want them to hate. He said, you don't want. Do you want them to hate a percentage of themselves? Yes, I agree with you. It's not about hate at all. It's about understanding us as humans and also understanding what happened. We have to know.
Like, see, like you're presenting one good part of what, I'm saying, like, as far as like us interbreeding with others is not the problem, because we all have done that throughout history. But the thing is that the more that we neglect the truths of our history, we're bound to repeat them. So by them not getting, that other side of it, is actually hindering them to allow certain things to rehash themselves going into the future.
And their identity shouldn't be the past, Joshua.
It's
I love your
not.
name, Joshua. Anyways, I love Joshua. I love that name. But their identity shouldn't. They don't have to identify themselves with their ancestors because they are not them. You know what I
Well,
mean?
they are them. Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Go
they're
ahead.
yeah, that you know what I mean, Pat. You know,
Biologically, yeah.
you know, they're in their it's in their blood, but that's not them. They didn't commit these atrocities. They just need to know what happened because that helps us understand this. You can't understand the state of the world. That's the reason why people don't understand when a black guy says, "Man, I get pulled over a lot all the time," and then white people be like, "I don't never get pulled over. It must be something that you're doing." You know, well, if you understood history, then you would understand why the black dude gets pulled over more.
Yeah, and the whole thing is to inspire these kids to because these kids are not stupid and they're already experiencing certain things that's based around race and all that, which we have to get away from. But if we keep ignoring, the elephant in the room, we're gonna keep getting stumped or trampled over by that elephant.
Exactly. And that's what the main problem with the United States is. We trying to put a blanket over a fucking fire. You know what I'm saying? If we're trying to put a blanket over some smoldering rocks or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, forget about it. Don't look at it. I mean, we could do that. But at some point, guess what? That carpet is going to catch on fire.
Yeah. And that's what's been happening over and over and over again because the system that we've been living in, that's where it began, is like they're still trying to hold on to that heritage of where it all began. Like, I mean, if you saw the video that we just showed, it's very telling, especially with this lady that she wants her kid to what see the ups of what what could be ups, but let's not show this part. So I mean, the whole thing is there's people who suffered from those ups that they had, and for you to ignore that and keep not addressing it, like your kids are gonna potentially do worse. My kid might potentially
Possibly.
do worse because
Possibly, yep.
yeah, because like honestly, I think our kids have the most potential to do right, but if we keep hindering them from acting as if they're not capable of handling the truth, because I think what they're going to do is take this truth and they'll actually work together more than we have with each other.
And I pray for that. His comment is, I want them to be colorblind. And I think kids are naturally colorblind, brother. They're naturally colorblind. The thing is, the system that we live under is not colorblind. That's where the problem comes in. We can pretend.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Good fucking God.
We can look at each other. I don't have no problem with white people, Asians. My child is half white. Two of my children are half white. My last child is the only one that's all black. Her mother was black. I don't have no problem. My ex was Hispanic, the chick I used to date very recently. I don't have no problems with no different people. We're humans. At the end of the day, we're all fucking humans, and that's what it is. But
yes.
Hey man, don't make this into one of those like.
Listen,
right,
I gotta make this point.
Go ahead.
We
Yes,
live
I
under
know.
a system that separates people by color. And like I said in the other video,
No shit.
why don't we take it off the job application? Why is it on the census? Why do they ask you what race you have on anything, on any document? Why don't we just take that completely away? What is the point of it? What benefit does it have for us to identify our race on documents?
Well, I can answer that easily. I can tell you clearly why they do that. Is it so that they can discriminate against certain demographics? Whether it's sex, whatever their sex is,
You can't say he's
whatever their
lying.
race is, huh?
And he's okay. His comment says I was raised on base because my family was military, was all military. So I didn't know racism until I went to public school and we moved off base because my dad retired. And I can understand you not really seeing racism, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't present and it wasn't happening and it doesn't exist. You can't look. What you're trying to see it from is from an individual. You're trying to look at it from yourself or from an individual. What we're talking about is a system that they call white supremacy. It's a system. It's the way the laws are set up. It's the way, like I say, the census. This is stuff that you don't have no power over. You cannot be racist at all, you know, and love everybody. But your
unless you're
system.
Unless you're planning to separate your kids for the rest of their lives away from everybody else, for them not to deal with the things that, because if they go into corporate America and they start learning these things at 21 years old when they're leaving college going into corporate America, do you know how much harm you'll be doing to them by sending them into that type? They're gonna go through a whole shock system. They're not gonna understand it. They're gonna be, they're gonna be resentful to you because you tried to, protect them, in your mind you're protecting them, but at the same time you're, with the mindset you have in your protection is actually harming them because you're not allowing them to understand the world as it is.
He says it's however possible
He's
to
right.
live in a
He's right.
He says it's however possible to live in a non-racist environment, and I have to argue with you, sir. I don't think I don't think it's possible. I mean, we can create.
Not yet.
We can
not
create.
Yet.
Yes, we can create a world.
It is possible,
but right now,
I agree with you on that. It is possible, but we have to get there, and there's steps to it. We can't just go
we
to
have
sleep
to
and
talk
wake
about
up,
it.
like
to get there.
have a dream about it and think that we wake up in the middle of it.
Yeah.
No, we're still here.
Freaking MLK's dream is deferred.
Now think about what by you not understanding those dynamics, because you're somebody who actually, you're saying that up to a certain period, I don't know what age you were when you got into the public school system, but then when you were immersed into this public school system where that's what everybody else is living, how did you feel? You felt alone. You felt like you didn't fit in. You felt like, probably clueless and just didn't really understand what was going on, because at least understanding the dynamics, because we all have to teach our kids that we're, everybody is human, but you need to, because especially like for us, I'm not sure your skin tone, because I mean, we're all humans, but based on our skin tone, our kids, 7th grade. I mean, yeah, and I mean, 7. That's tough.
New York. I know you got shocked. New York is a.
That's tough. I already know you went through some shit. So I mean, it's. I mean, we can hope for this utopia. We pray for this utopia, but we got to realize that we have to create that utopia. And
we got to fight for it.
Yeah,
we can't pretend that everything is all good and ignore history and just be like that none of this stuff really happened and it's all over.
Yeah, I mean, there are some families that's teaching their kids that to watch out for these brown and black kids because
he said he watched 30 Crips beat a white dude to death. Almost to death on the first day of school.
No.
Damn. And I believe it, because New York is something else. And you got all the different, it's the gangs, you got the racial groups, you got it's a multinational type of city. It's an international city, is what it is.
And the main thing is, I think through history, you learn more compassion, because when you really understand the ins and outs of what happened, because there's a lot of things that that led to us being in the some people into slavery, and there's things that led to it.
And I like that word you used, compassion, because if you don't know what happened, you don't understand why people are like complaining, like about talking about the laws are messing, the police are messing with me all the time. This keeps happening and this keeps happening. Every time you're going to be like, it's got to be something you're doing, because that doesn't happen to me. You know what I mean? Racism doesn't really exist. So there's something you're doing wrong. You're missing a huge piece of the puzzle. And then you're not going to have compassion for that person who's telling you this story, because you're going to think that they're doing something to deserve what happened to them.
And not just to say what they're learning in school. Just think about what the news says. The media is, kind of reinforcing certain ideas as well. So, I mean, do you turn they don't get to see any news? They don't have any knowledge of current events? Because, I mean, there's a lot of things that, you know, impress certain ideas on all of us to see certain things a certain way, unless we have a different type of understanding of the root. And the root is knowing, understanding our history. Like, everything happens for a reason. Like, there's cause and effect, and all of the causes of our past brings us to this current state that is affecting us now.
It's so simple. It's so simple. And when you leave gaps out, then you don't understand how things are
Fully.
today. You don't fully understand how we landed where we are. And also, there's no possible way for us to move forward and fix this if we can't even deal with what happened in the past. The data is what's important. Everybody needs to be taught the data. It's data.
And I think that because of, a lot of people who do understand history, like, I mean, we could be somebody who probably, that could easily be stuck in the mindset that just all white people are bad. You know what I'm saying? Us understanding history actually allows us to see people more as people.
Exactly, because I don't. And like I was saying all the time, there's no good guys. There's in the story. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has done something. You know what I mean? We all are guilty. We're all guilty. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we got to accept. We got to accept that we're all guilty, and then we got to talk about it, and then we got to say how we gonna fix this? How we gonna move forward together as a community, as a human family?
Exactly.
He said, "Don't live in the past. Is how you make it work. You can't live in the now if you don't know what happened." That's what we keep saying.
And nobody can live in the past, because, I mean, that's an oxymoron. No one lives in the past. Everyone lives in the now with the hope for a better future. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't change the past at all. I mean, look, you know what? I mean, when they figure out that machine, this, supercomputer that's gonna maybe send us back to some specific date, okay, maybe that's still.
I don't think it's even possible.
Well,
Einstein said that
I'm
you can
just saying,
move. Yeah,
it's relativity.
Yeah, he said you can move forward, but you can't really move back. And like the Langolier says that the past gets eaten, so it don't exist no more once it's gone. So
how the fuck does that work?
Yeah, that's another thing.
I'm an asshole. Yeah.
He says the funniest story I got with Doug's family is I stayed over one night, and the next morning his dad called both him and his brother by name individually into the bathroom. Shit was breaking. And what's the rest of the story? Because he was saying that he grew up and he used to stay over with his black friends and spend the night with them on the when they were on the base. So, and all of that's cool. And but the thing is, Josh, what I think you're missing is you keep looking at this from an individual perspective, and you're missing the big picture of these things. I don't know if you saw, Josh, at the beginning of the video, I showed a very clear example of how the justice system or the criminal system deals with one person versus another. And there's the only thing that could have been the reason why they was treating them differently had to be race. You could say money or class too. You can kind of add that in there, but the cases were very similar and the outcomes are very different. I think this guy Kyle Rittenhouse is going to get off. He's going to get a slap on the wrist. He said, "I heard screams. I froze. His dad opened the door and said my name, and a little pea came out as he said my name. Then he just said morning and strolled on." Oh, he was, I guess he was whooping the kids. I don't believe in so So he said, the funny story I got with Doug's family is I stayed over one night. Next morning, his dad called both him and his brother by name individually to the bathroom. Shit was breaking. So I guess it was like a sound of some problems. I heard screams. I froze. His dad opened the door and said my name. A little pee came out and he said my name. Then he just said morning and strolled on. We all three screwed up, but I was spared. Okay. Yeah. So that's how it goes. What you have to understand in the Black family, we don't we take care of our kids. We're not gonna reprimand someone else's children. I can't speak for other people's community.
But just think about, I mean, the community side of it has diminished because, I mean, even back, of course, during slavery times, like you try to reprimand, and I'm not sure if it's white kid or really light skinned Latino, whatever. A lot of times, like the fear of what could happen to you for doing that with somebody else's kid is always a thought in the back of my. I mean, I wouldn't, I'm probably gonna tell you to, you take your ass on home. Y'all done tore up my house. It's time for you to go, and you go. But yeah, my kid is gonna get it. But
yeah, because that's exactly how I would deal with it. I might call your parents. And be like, "Hey, kid was over here breaking up my shit."
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't reprimand other people's kids like that.
He said he got him on the football field, like he had somebody crash his helmet a few times.
Yeah, so they got him back. It's like, okay, yeah, you got us in trouble, and you didn't get no ass whooping. We gonna make sure you get your ass whooping.
I agree with that. I don't know why. Hey man, leave me the fuck alone. I'm logging out. I'm logging out, bro. God damn it. Hey man, first show tomorrow, bro. First show tomorrow, bro. Good fucking God.
I'll check you out, bro. Have a good one.
Hey, Curtis.
Huh?
Breathe, bro.
Yeah, breathe, man.
I'm trying. I'm
gonna check out your show tomorrow, bro. Send me a text when you're going on.
All right.
All
right.
He said I was better off in the bathroom. So they got his ass on the football field. Good. That's one thing I don't like about football. Like, I love football. I like to play it. But them damn hits, bro, I could pass on the hits, bro. I could really pass on the hits. I love playing football. It's fun. I don't like getting hit. Like, when your teeth rattle, when you get up and you see stars. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you get up and you think maybe something got did I pull something? Did something get broke? Did am I okay? Do I have all my limbs? Yeah, man. That's one thing. I play flag football, and the dudes is real physical with that. We play flag football and they super still physical. He said I was crawling back home. They got your ass good.
Yeah.
Football is like that. It's
Josh,
like that because
I before I get out of here, I really want to, I get where you're trying to go with things, but something that you need to kind of think about and maybe explore a little bit is that you're cheating your kids out of certain things that if you don't teach it to them, somebody else will. And there's it's better for them to learn it from you so that they can actually like your kids better than anybody else, and they'll get a rude awakening that you're gonna have to deal with anyway, just like you had to deal with
you just
your father.
prolonging the inevitable.
Yeah, and it's better that if you slowly kind of give them the show them when, especially when little things are happening, you kind of guide them along the way. So I mean, if you think that they're things are just gonna be, that's not the way the world works. I mean, we all have to be intentional about the directions in which we want to see the world go in, and for our kids to be prepared to deal with it when it arises, because if they understand that these certain things can happen, it might be easier for them to avoid these things when they're able to notice it, when they're able to see these certain things happening around them. They can navigate themselves to where they may not get harmed in the middle of something, thinking that everybody loves them. So
Like
That's something.
you get gaslighted, and there's a story about a guy. It was a black kid who got killed, and his little friends, little white friends, they killed him. They like set him up. He was like, I want to say he was like a slow kid or something, and he thought they were his friends, and they lured him out to a freaking field and they killed him. And it was a racial. It was behind racism.
Yeah, that happened in my hometown as well. Like, kids that just thought that, everything was, great. I mean, this is way past slavery. This is, way, well, I guess there were some effects of the, the black codes that was still in play, but he didn't realize that because his parents was, wanted to protect him from that, and he ended up paying the ultimate price. And they bashed this kid. They bashed his head with a boulder out by the river, and they left him out there. So I mean, it's a lot of things that if our kids are not prepared, it could end up in and maybe it's because of these examples that I'm able to see it the way I do. But all of us have to really take into account that maybe they won't be as serious as some of the things that I've seen, but either way, them being prepared is a better way for it to for them to be able to handle it themselves, because they got to live their lives too. So that's just something that you might want to consider, my brother.
Yeah, and it was a great conversation, and that's what we're here for. That's what we wanted. This is what we want. This is the kind of, this is the kind of recourse, or however you want to say it. This is what we want, because this is how we move forward as a country together as humans, is by having these kind of conversations in a safe place too. Nobody is picking sides or attacking. We just want to focus on data, is what I like to focus on. Data, actual things, and then you could take from it what you will, but the data is the data. We can't leave parts of the data out. Think about if somebody did a science project and they left some of the data out. How would that their results? How would that affect their results in their science project? So that's what we're doing by leaving out parts of history. He said he wants to keep them on a military base. That'll keep them safe to a certain extent, brother, but it's not going to keep them away from slavery, because from racism, because it's systematic. It's in the system. Like each person in the United States can just be like, you know what? Every single one of us could tomorrow be like, I don't see color. I'm not racist. I don't believe in none of that stuff. And I really don't do any kind of activity that would be considered racist. But it wouldn't matter, because the system that we live under already has this built. It's built in. The racism is built into the system, because that's how the United States was built. It was built on racism. And if you can't understand that, then that's the reason why you can't understand why things happen the way that they do here in America. I can't speak for other places around the world. You mentioned race in the military and your discharge. That's why it works. That's cool, man. I'm okay with that. They should do that for the whole freaking United States. Like I say, why do we even put black, white, Latino, whatever on our damn census? Why is that on there? Why does your job application? Why do jobs want pictures? Like all the good jobs, people out there, you know what I'm talking about. The good job is going to want you to have a picture with your resume. Why do they want a picture? Why do the names on the resume matter? You know what I'm saying? That's another thing. We can leave the names right out of the resume. What difference would your name make on the resume? You know what I'm saying? But it does make a difference, because if they see Brown, they see Shakita, they see Chaka, you know what I'm saying? Daquan or something, then they're gonna assume that that's a black kid. If they see, Tom Delaney or whatever, they're gonna assume that's a white guy. So again, we could just leave that off the application, off the resume, and they can consume resumes with no names. They don't need a name. They could just have the phone number there. He said, we agree on that. I think he's talking about just take the names out, take the racism off the freaking the damn census. He says, tell them I'm an alien. My mom was E.T. side chick. I love it. 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 And that's what I be saying all the time. I mean, one way we could fix it is if we all call us niggas. If we all said we all niggas or we all black or something like that. Everybody is black now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is niggas now. Problem fixed overnight. Or we all aliens or whatever the hell, But the way the system is set up to benefit certain people. So that's the reason why it's not going to change with us just not doing nothing about it and pretending that it's not there, pretending that it's not happening. As long as we pretend that it's not happening, then the things that are happening will continue to happen. The powers that be, the SS guys in Germany, they were just following orders, They were just following orders. It was just what they were supposed to do or whatever. They didn't push back. So some of them people got held accountable after the war. Like if you just got a order to pull the trigger to kill someone, at the end of the day, your finger is the one that pulled that trigger. You did that. So you hold a certain amount of accountability, even though you was following orders. Because at some point, if someone gives me an order that I don't agree with, then I'm gonna step away and I'm gonna suffer whatever consequences that are gonna be. If that means that they're gonna kill me at that point, then I'm just gonna take my death because I'm not gonna do something that I know is wrong.
Yeah. Maybe I missed a little something there. I lost my sound and.
He said, tell them I'm alien. My mom was E.T. side chick. And then he says, people worship aliens, so they leave you alone being E.T.'s offspring. So basically I was saying, that's great. I mean, we can all be, that's a good idea. We can all be alien. Damn, we lost him again. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. We're at 3 hours right now. I really kind of wanted to talk more about philosophy. We got on all that race stuff. I really kind of wanted to talk about some philosophy. Man, I don't know. I'm probably going to wrap it. Gonna look at some pictures. Really like this guy's page. He says, when someone cooks for you, they are saying something. They are telling you about themselves, where they come from, who they are, and what makes them happy. And that guy killed himself. That's Anthony Bourdain. So what I like to say is that when people, the food tastes better when it's cooked with love. When you cook for your loved ones, you cook for someone that you really care about, the food is going to taste different. It's because you put love in it. He said, I went in the Army. I know all about your topic. I was forced into driving over a crowd or stop and see what happened to me. And we got to make tough decisions. We got to make tough decisions all the time. But like I say, if they give me an order, so what'd you do? In Iraq, they flooded the streets with women and children, then stripped the convoy. If you stopped, you weren't going home. If you stopped. You was gonna die. I got you. I get you. You have to make tough decisions sometimes. But you know what the hell was the United States doing over there in Iraq in the first place? And look at Iraq now. And I know a lot about politics, brother. My daddy was in the military. My dad was in the Air Force, and my brother was in the Air Force. So I came from a military family, but I made a conscious decision that I didn't want to go to the military. From a young age, I had decided that I didn't want it. I like the discipline. I still have some really good habits related to things that my dad taught me that he learned in the military. So there's good stuff in it. But like, again, what the hell was we doing over there in Iraq in the first place? What were we doing? Why were we over there in the first place? And look at Iraq now. It's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess right fucking now. Right now. I just saw some news coming out of Iraq with protesting and so forth and so on. Send the link. Okay, I'll do it. I'll put it in the comments again. I'm finna put it right now. Boom. Probably your phone battery. Said I was a mechanic, never fired my weapon, and probably killed more than anyone in my unit with a damn truck. Damn, bro. I'm so sorry to hear that you went through that trauma, bro. I'm so sorry that they freaking gave you that order and also put you in a position where you had to make these tough decisions. You know, my daddy was a mechanic. He was he worked on the airplane. That's what he did too. Master mechanic. And my brother, they're both mechanics. So my dad worked in the warehouse and he ordered parts and shit. He was like a warehouse manager. That's basically his job in the military. So he didn't see much fire either. He told me stories about bombs and like hearing the bombs go off not that far from the base and stuff like that. But I don't think he saw very much like action either. I'm so sorry that you went through that, man. I really am. And you know, I mean, my heart goes out to you because you know, I've been through traumatic events in my life. You know, seeing dead people is not a cool thing to see.
Yeah.
He said I was 63B, light-wheeled vehicle mechanic. Yeah, I don't know what my dad's. I don't know those details. If he told me, I forgot. If he told me, I forgot. So I don't know what his. I don't know what his was. So did you see the comment that he wrote? That's what I'm talking about, Pat. He wrote here. Let me put it back up. Wait, no, not this one. He said, I went to the Army. He said, I went to the Army. I know all about the topic. I was forced into driving over a crowd or stop and see what happened to me. Basically, and then he says, in Iraq, they flooded the streets with women and children. They stripped the convoy. If you stopped, you weren't going home. Basically, he would have died so he had to make a choice of driving over these people or dying, basically. Yeah. Because if he would have stopped, they probably would have pulled them out of the vehicle and you know. But see, you know, the people over there saw you as the bad guy, you know. That's what, you know, and that's where the compassion thing comes in, you know. They saw the United States as an occupying force. So, you know, you really can't expect those people to, you know, they were doing what they felt like they needed to do, you know. They felt like they were being occupied and taken over by the United States. So, you know, putting their body on the line, you know, was their way to fight against, you know.
Well, and you got to think too. I mean, everybody's experiences is what makes them who they are. And like a lot of like these people who were standing in the middle of the street, they're being used as pawns because even though some of them really wanted to to see their world change to something more like, I guess ours. But at the same time, they knew if they didn't do certain things that they, what would happen to them if they didn't go along with the program, as far as their existing government. So I mean, and like I said, I mean, some of them probably even saw them as heroes, but at the same time, you got to look at all of the different things that's balancing in the act. Like, I mean, no matter how much you might have wanted to see the change there, you're still, they're still having to live under, that their own government, the existing government. But however, I definitely, my dad was in the services, and uh I don't wouldn't really like in the as far as like infantry or like in the line of battle such, but he was in Vietnam, so he could have, things could have happened bad to him. But either way, I hate to hear all that. Of course, I, give my salutes to you, brother, for serving and, being faced with those tough choices. We gonna face those to the end of time, and
He said, I
hope.
threw a bag of MRE trash out the window and watched a crowd of men beat the little girl that picked up my bag of trash. I watched in the rearview mirror, absolutely disgusted. But you got to try to understand from their point of view. I'm sure the little girl didn't care. She probably thought it was some food in there she wanted to eat or whatever. But the rest of them was looking at it like, you don't take nothing from them people. You know what I'm saying? They're the enemy.
Well, or I mean, I mean, there's many different angles we have to kind of look at that, because they could have seen that as being, that might have been a bomb. That could have, like especially with the type of taxes they use over there. Like, I mean, they strap bombs to people, and you know, they know it's gonna blow up. But however, maybe they could have been. You're probably right though. Like, that might have been the first thought. Is like, don't take nothing from them. But I mean, they drop off food there in the mid. What I'm saying? They was taking the food that they dropped off for them during war. You know what I'm saying?
So they emptied you say they wanted food and they emptied the bag. So why did they beat her then?
Because they wanted the food over her. Like, she, they deserved it more than she does, as far as they're concerned.
I understand what you mean when you say the army truck drives away slow, bro. Because you probably heard popping and cracking and screaming and shit. That's a traumatic ass event, brother. I hope you got some therapy from that shit.
That'd probably be a good idea. Anybody that served time probably should have some, some way to, I guess, what do they call it when they send those people on missions and debriefing? You know what I'm saying? Like, they should have like some personal close-up debriefing and remind them of, the world they leaving out of. And
he said weed. That's been my therapy for years, bro. I had to let it go though. I'm smoking cigarettes. It might look like I'm smoking weed on here, but I'm not. I'm smoking cigarettes. I had to let it go. But yeah, weed has been my therapy for the longest. I need therapy. I've been through some traumatic shit. My sister called me just out the blue. She said she was dreaming about me. And I told her, man, yeah, I've been going through it mentally. So, and then she was saying, you should get some therapy. I was like, shit, I can't even afford to get my teeth fixed. Fuck, I'm gonna go to therapy.
Yeah, that was my therapy from like 11, 12 years old up until my 30s. Shit.
That's a that's heavy shit right there, bro. Like, cause now that goes into mental health issues, and that's one of my favorite topics. My favorite topics is homeless people and mental health. Those are my two top things that I like. If I ever can do something for the community, it's going to be related to homelessness and mental health. And it's also going to have to do with like teens or people having like a community center, places to go, somewhere that they can go that it's a positive place, you know, that they can go and feel safe and you know, not be in the streets and not be home either. Because sometimes home is they say home is where the heart is, but not for everybody. Some people's home is miserable as hell.
Yeah. With homeless being a growing population, you know, we definitely got to figure out something because, you know, some people want to be homeless and others really don't. But
I don't think there's anybody who wants to be homeless. He says, when I
no,
came home, I went through every religion looking for what forgives the blasphemy of murder. Man, you can't don't even try to do that. You know what I'm saying? You was put in a position and you made your decision. So you just gotta kind of leave it at that. You know, the best thing is for the future, right? You keep yourself from being in a position where you have to make some kind of decisions like that again. Make sure that you're not in a position to have to make decisions like that again. And
well, I mean,
also try to keep other people from ending up in situations where they have to make decisions like that. You know,
yeah, but I mean, you know, the mindset that you began with is where you need to stay at with the whole, you know, on situation like that. I mean, you got to keep positive, and you know, but you can't pretend like those things that you went through didn't happen. But you know, you have to understand that, you know, you can't start beating yourself up and thinking that, you know, putting pressure on yourself because, you know, you were put into some situations in which would be difficult for anybody. And, you know, one thing that I know most people main goal when they go off to war is that they can come back to their family. And I mean, that's going to be for you and anybody, even the people on the other side. That's their goal. And, you know, if you have a more of an opportunity to make it back to your family so that you can have a stake in how they're growing up, I don't think that's a crime.
look at this. It's kind of on the racial shit. Well, this one is it says a history teacher taught her student Trump was still president. She has been removed from the school. And look at this one. Look at this one. So this lady is obviously a mix. She's obviously mixed race. She says, I was 4 when my daycare teacher pulled me aside and asked me if I needed help and if I knew who dropped me off. It
Well,
was her black dad had dropped her off at school. And then it says CBS News, how young is too young to teach kids about race? That kind of goes back to what we was talking about the CRT in the video, because that lady kept saying it's too young to teach the kids about race. But look, this chick was 4 years old. Her daycare teacher thought, you know, she was kidnapped or something.
well, I'm gonna tell you, somebody called my son nigger when he was like 4 years old. This was in daycare. So that somebody's teaching their kids about racism, and for your kid not to be prepared to deal with the ignorance is just like they like my son was so hurt. Like he loves everybody, and then he's just like, you know, of course he was like didn't know what it was, but he knew it wasn't love. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how, what do you do? Like, I mean, do you leave your kids unarmed with things that can protect their feelings? And because some of these kids are freaking brutal. And I mean, as they grow into teenagers, you're gonna be tested in all kinds of ways. Like, you don't teach your kids to hate, but you do make them understand that there are people who do. I mean, I think you're doing your kids a disservice if you're not making them aware of the things that they're going to encounter in this day and age. The things that.
Willful amnesia of sin, casting it as far as east is from west. I don't like that. It says that 420 helps with willful amnesia, and that's what's happening with our country, brother. The willful amnesia is what causes trauma, bro. You have to deal with the trauma or it'll fester. It'll fester.
One of the things that they used to teach in I mean, I don't know what they how they teach it now, but the first step is to realizing there is a problem. To be able to fix a problem, you have to first admit there is a problem. And then of course then you take that problem and you hit it head on. You can't ignore it. That's just not going to do it. So I mean, this is a whole, like, they're implementing new ways of us to think that okay, if we just pretend it's not there, then it's not there. No, it's not true. It's actually festering and growing in some people's hearts and minds. And when you get to a point where you think it really doesn't exist anymore, then here it comes like wildfire in your backyard, and you're trying to fight something that you don't think exists anymore. Like, you have to head on in order to truly be able to know that you're working on or fixing this problem.
And let me tell you a story. You probably heard this before because you're in the military, and the military is actually really good about teaching history. But I think it was World War II, and there was a group of soldiers. The soldiers were coming out of active duty, and it was like they had like they couldn't stand up, they couldn't walk, they didn't talk, they had psychological problems. But the army, the military thought that these guys were faking and trying to not go to war, like they were trying to, avoid going to combat. And so, but they realized later on, because they got these guys to talk about the traumatic events, because these guys had been through trauma, and they started to get the guys to talk. And once the guys were able to talk, then their symptoms started to go away. Their symptoms started to go away as they were able to talk about, those traumatic events that had happened. They probably taught you this. He says, reliving running over a crowd of women and children doesn't help me. It ain't going to help my kids by telling them that story either. They would never stand in the driveway again when I came home. It's good to have a sense of humor with this.
Yeah,
It's good.
You have to make the best of it as you can, because
and I don't think I would tell my kids that story either.
Yeah, no, yeah, I wouldn't.
But somebody else, like you're telling us now. You're getting it out now. This is therapy right here.
Exactly.
He said for like 2 months after coming home, I went bar to bar beating people. Damn, bro, you're making me want to go to the bar right now. It's only 10 minutes. Shit, the bar's closing. I'm in Texas. The bar's closing in 10 minutes. You got me wanting to go to the bar right now, brother. Shit.
Yeah. Man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, I really feel for you, but I do think that you discussing it with somebody that you trust, I think, is a good way to help that, because for one, like, I mean, you have to let it off. Like, I mean, the longer you hold things in and pretend like it's not an issue, that's like one of those implosions that is looking to happen, or maybe a situation that happens that that this somebody pushed you to an edge, and then here you are, got somebody in the headlock and putting them to sleep. I mean,
my daddy had PTSD. He beat my mom, and I think that's part of the reason why he was a raging alcoholic when he came back, and he would beat my mom, and that probably because he had all that shit bottled up and wasn't able to talk about it, didn't have nobody that understood. He said forgetting contributed to being stable. You got to do what you got to do sometimes.
So grab some. I want to grab one of these.
You got to do what you got to do sometimes, but at some point you're going to have to, But like I said, today you're today you're getting therapy right now, brother.
And I appreciate you coming on and talking with us, man. Because I mean, there's some. I mean, I feel like you trust us to some extent to even, have even part of your conversation with us. So I really appreciate you, talking with us. Uh-oh. Y'all can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I got my phone is charging, and oh, I'm gonna get another one. I'm gonna pay for 2 of them now, and I'll just grab the other one in a minute. Oh, yeah, just be the same one. Here, let me grab my phone real quick. Left my damn wallet in the truck.
Yeah, man. It is what it is. Oh, Pat, did you see
Yeah.
the little video I sent to you? Because you was talking about the feds watching Jay-Z or whatever.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, yeah. Because that's this right here. See, he got a smile on his face.
Are you happy with the outcome of the case? Do you have 98 problems now?
Yeah, he don't look like he was too upset there to me. He don't look like he was tripping about whatever that case was. It's so much crazy stuff out here, man. This is an example of the police thing. Pat's not here though. Where you at, Pat? I'm gonna be wrapping this soon. I can't be doing these long ass shows. Says Tamir Rice was 12 when he was killed. Trayvon Martin was 17 when he was killed. They didn't kill anyone, but Kyle Rittenhouse, who broke the law, crossed state lines, and killed 2 people, is the one we're supposed to believe is a victim. And that case is so crazy because the people that he killed, the judge said that you can't call them the prosecution can't, no, the defense can't call them victims. That's what the judge said. Let me show you what I just scrolled back past, Pat. This one right here. Tamir Rice was 12 when he was killed. Trayvon Martin was 17 when he was killed, but they didn't kill anyone. Kyle Rittenhouse, who broke the law, crossed state lines, and killed 2 people, is the one we're supposed to believe is the victim. Remember, I showed in the other video about how, like, the judge said that he can't, the defense can't call those people who got killed as victims in the trial. The judge said can't use that terminology. Look at this critical race theory. If they can't teach it, it never happened. And then it's like U.S. history, and then they got like erasers.
What? Hold on. Let me come look at this because
it's a cartoon. And it just shows, because this is my time. I'm scrolling my timeline. And it's funny that we were talking about critical race theory. I brought it up only because of it's a big ass fucking topic. And look how, like I say, this is gonna drive all the elections for the next 2 to 4, maybe even 8 years. He says
they'll come up with something new to distract people with.
After the fourth, after this cycle. He said, reliving running over a crowd of women and children doesn't help me. It ain't gonna help my kids by telling them, oh, I already read that.
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah, I already read all that. My bad. I thought that was a new comment. Look, Rittenhouse trial again. This Rittenhouse trial is a farce. The whole thing is a performance for the public to soften the ground for more white supremacist violence in the streets as they continue to press toward undoing the civil rights movement and overthrowing constitutional democracy. I don't know if I would agree with all that, but there's definitely something going on.
Hold on.
Walmart pays so little that its onboarding process has info on how to sign up for food stamps and Medicaid. How come the workers are lazy freeloaders while Walmart is just a smart business?
What?
I understand what he's saying because I'm heavy into that shit.
I mean, because I didn't really get a chance to really read it, but okay.
Look, a Canadian cannabis firm, Hemp Earth, has designed a plane made from and fueled by hemp oil. The body and the wings of the plane are made from composite hemp fibers that are 10 times stronger than steel, according to the company. Even the interior walls, seats, and pillows are made from hemp. And the best of all, it's even designed to run on 100% hemp oil, which it won't need much of since it's so lightweight. And let's go back to history because in the United States, we used to grow a lot of hemp.
Well, that was the main that like before, like of course cotton was king at a certain point, but before the cotton days, hemp was like
a lot of people do not know this, and because it's so useful for so many things. You can build with it, you can make like a concrete with it. You can make oils out of it. We used it for a lot of stuff back in the days until they made it illegal.
Well,
and I think,
but you know why they made it illegal?
Go ahead.
Well, they made it illegal because that was one of the things that we were like. That was one of those things that we enjoyed.
Yeah, it was racially motivated.
The Aboriginal people that was here, that they controlled and ran most of that, and they pretty much outlawed it, and they came in. Of course, I guess some people wanted cotton, and I don't know. They transferred that whole thing because I mean, cotton wouldn't have been a need or much of a need for cotton if they had the hemp, because I mean they make clothes, you make soap, you make oil. Like this, like on a study I was looking at where I was getting into the investment of hemp. It was talking about like 30,000 products that can be made with it, and the amount of space that's needed to grow it is like, you don't need much space to grow a good, value, a good bit of it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like makes more sense to do that than to use. Not to say that cotton is useless. It's not. I'm not saying that it's useless, but the hemp
it
definitely makes.
It was a racial reason why they did that.
Yep.
Look at this photo. This is perfect. This is what we've been saying the whole time. This is how the universe works. Because you guys, I'm just scrolling my Instagram feed, and this is just what's popping up on my Instagram feed. It says, history is not there for you to like or dislike. It is there for you to learn from. And if it offends you, even better, because you are less likely to repeat it. History is not yours to change or destroy. That's heavy.
That's deep. That's strong. Like that's something that more people, they need to see it as. But there's so much shame that's it. There's so much shame that exists around history to why they want to hide it and avoid it, and because I mean the whole reason that some people end up here in this country was based on, you know, criminalization in another country. You know, like and then they kind of did brought the same stuff here. So I mean, I somewhat get it. I understand, but at the same time, it's not fair to the world and us as a people. We can't grow together if we're gonna keep pretending certain things didn't happen. Pushing things under the rug doesn't, you know, get it. I mean, you need to sweep it up, put it in a dustpan, and toss it out. If that's, you know, what we're gonna do, don't just keep sweeping it under the rug, because all you got is a bunch of dust or dirt underneath the rug.
He says philosophy or keeping the mind solving spiritual things is how I keep my mind right. The news will make everyone. I completely agree with you on that comment. And I dig around in philosophy, and I dig around in history. I dig around in like French science, and that's what keeps my mind busy. Otherwise, I'd fucking be going crazy. I ain't gonna lie. He says, remember where the tree stump is that you fell over is intelligent. Dwelling on people that can't change is not. Okay.
Say that again.
Remembering where the tree stump is that you fell over is intelligent. Dwelling on people that you can't change is not. And I get your argument. I think, but you know, it's not about people, and that's what I keep saying. You keep taking it back to the individual. If we're talking about race here, we're talking about the structure, the system that's in place. It's not about individuals at all.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of times, I mean, you know, especially in this argument, a lot of times, you know, I mean, even myself, I mean, I have an argument that, you know, it's not really just been, because I mean, I look at, you know, black people as someone who really, you know, cares about all people. Like, we don't really hate the way that some others have found themselves hating. And you know, so we're more about the all. When we make decisions that's good for us, it's really good for everybody, and that's in most cases true. So when I say that, you know, certain things, like some people are actually making their decisions based on, you know, just their feelings, not what how other people are affected by it. It's only, you know, the things that, you know, make them comfortable. So, you know, some of us have to get out of our comfort zone in order for, you know, other people to, for everybody to be able to feel comfortable in their own skin and home and country. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I digress.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna wrap it soon. I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
And
I
I
need
gotta
to.
do some shit tomorrow.
Yeah, I probably should have rested sooner, but you know, I got some things going on with my truck. I can't run it overnight. Thank goodness it's not freezing up here tonight. It's only in the like
Where you
mid.
at?
I'm in West Virginia. I think the temperature here is, I think it's in the mid 50s, so it won't be too bad. Um, but however, I got to get this belt put on as early as possible so I can get back on the road. But um, my batteries are dead right now because, you know, I let my truck run without that alternator running.
Mm. Well, at least you get a break.
Eh, I ain't looking for no break in the middle of the week. What you talking about? This,
That's just me looking at it from the outside looking in. He
yeah.
said, to the rich, everyone that isn't rich is treated like a peasant. I did maintenance for hire, and rich people hate everyone that ain't rich. I think you're right. He said, I will
Well,
never be able to give rich people a soul.
yeah, and you know, there's a lot to that because I mean, you know, we can't pin that on everybody because I mean, you know, there's some people who lose touch with reality that has gained, you know, monetary gain, or you know, has monetary gain, and you know, they lose touch because they feel like if they did it, you know, a lot of times there's a lot of modesty in it, but they think that because they did it, anybody can do it, and they start, judging other people with that idea. No, you go ahead. So I mean, there's levels to it, because I know some folks that's got some money that we've had to have discussions where I think that brought their tone down, but a lot of it was just mostly based out of how they felt that they were so simple and plain that if they could make something of themselves and become rich, that anybody could. So it's almost like it's kind of hard how to call that, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, well, it's not true. I mean, it's like winning the lottery. That's what I be talking about all the damn time. And if you didn't win the lottery, then it was because of your parents. So that's the two ways that you can make it.
no, I mean, I think that I'm gonna become rich based on my decisions, because
What I mean is like, okay, like the NBA. How many players in the whole damn NBA? All these dudes want to be basketball players. How many spots is on the football teams? And how much do they actually get paid? What I mean is like the options, the LeBron James won the lottery. I mean, I'm not taking nothing away from him. What I'm saying is everybody can't be LeBron James. There's only one LeBron James.
hmm No, I get it. I mean, we
There's
got. I mean, just think about this too, because I mean, even when Jordan, because he, we could say that he won the lottery too, just based on the standpoint that you're on now, is
Yeah.
because there was somebody who came, who was actually expected to do 10 times better than Jordan, but he, died the next night from after draft from a cocaine overdose.
Yeah.
So,
So, the comments, he says, money changes everyone regardless of race. He said the vision is rich versus poor, not race. And I would completely agree with you there. Completely agree with you.
well, for some people, it's always been that, because I mean, they
It's a
only use
class
that.
thing.
They use the race thing as a way for us to divide ourselves from each other. For
Right.
them,
To
for
keep us
them,
all
yeah,
down. Yes.
for them, it's always been about the money. It's the money and the
It's
power.
class. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more that class system thing. You know what I'm saying? So, we've all been tricked on this whole race thing, and that's why we
It's
gotta
not
be.
even real.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, it's a
It's a
it's a
social construct.
exactly. So I mean, if we're foolish enough to continue that, then we're to blame.
But they are the ones that keeps giving us this stuff to divide us on. When we watch the news, we got CRT, we got masks, mandates, we got jabs, all this stuff for us to argue with each other while they just run out the back door without all the money.
Why you think it was so important for them to come up with radio? Like the whole idea for them to come up, because I mean the radio would have been just perfect for them to use, in military processes, you know, back then. But then they realized, damn, we can broadcast this. We can tell them what we want them to think or know, and this, that, and the other. Like I mean, it was the whole media aspect is like so corrupted to where like it's I mean, because if it was used properly, it would be actually a great tool for everybody to be able to communicate, and if we're being fair with each other. But I mean, if we really think about where it all began, it was to propagate you know ideas to people that they may not normally just have out of the blue. You know what I'm saying? We probably would have been more fair with each other over time, just because that's not the way that we think. But then now we're flooded with all these different ideas of what this person thinks, how they this is what they do, this is why you're the enemy to these people. And like I mean, stuff that we would have never thought of on our own. But I digress.
Man, you've been on fire today. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Yeah. Well, you've been on fire today.
Well, I want to add to the show, man. I kind of feel like the past couple of weeks I haven't really, like, I've been there, but like it's just You know, maybe it was good that the truck stopped or whatever. You know, like I mean, I have been like super tired. You know, running because like I'm getting prepared for the holidays. I want to be able to take off and have time with the family and things like that. You know, and trying to make up for lost time before I get there. You know what I'm saying? But
He said the rich guy woke up his maintenance guy to come clean up clay pigeons that he shot at 2 a.m. so the rich guy is out there shooting, the clay pigeons at 2 a.m. and then he goes wake up his maintenance guy to go clean it up. Like, I made a mess. Go clean that shit up. Shit. I know you're sleeping, but shit, I don't want that shit in my yard.
wow. And what time he woke him up?
Well, he said he was shooting at 2 a.m., so it had to be somewhere around there.
Shit. I was like, okay, be right there. And I show up at 8 in the morning when I was planning to be there anyway.
Yeah, I try my best to not have jobs where I feel like I'm a freaking slave.
I feel you, bro. I mean, that's one of the things I knew about myself at an early age is that I was not cut out for it. And I mean, even though, like I said, my 20s, my like teenage years, the 20s, like really spoke it into my heart that like I gotta figure out something. I gotta have something where I can, because I mean, even when I didn't have my own truck, I just having the freedom of being out on the roads where somebody's not telling me, you know, they see my actions day to day. They know they don't have to micromanage me, stuff like that. So, but still in all, I think for the most part, just wait a minute, what is this?
It's a joke. You mean to tell me Farrakhan's 88 years old? I'm 61. You look like this. He's like, pass me the bean pie.
Yeah, it's much more than the bean pie, sweetheart.
That dude works out. Minimum wage workers takes an edible while off duty. You're fired. Congressperson makes a video killing his colleagues. LOL. What can you do?
The worlds we live in. And that's the thing, man. Like we have to be like we really have to do things together. And like I said, I mean, I'm glad we have this platform. I'm hoping that it grows faster, and like that's one of the main things I'm really hoping that like we can reach more people, to get the word out and to have these discussions. Because man, like if we don't hurry, like things can really take a down tick. Like the possibility, like we're like
That's what's happening, actually. I mean, we're in a process of we're going backwards and past. We're going into the past, bro. Like they're making abortion illegal. They're gutting the voting rights.
And you know what? Like the thing about it is, if we honestly
They're taking the school. They're taking books out of the school that's been there for years. These books have been taught in school for years and years and years, and they're pulling them now because of the CRT bullshit.
Well, I don't understand why they're taking books out that's always been there if CRT hadn't been taught there yet. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. This is what that's what I was saying, Pat. I really don't think you get what's happening because that's what's happening. They're using CRT as an excuse to pull these books that these teachers have been teaching out of these books for years and years and years and years. But all of a sudden, because it's this political shit going on, it's like now they're going through all the curriculum and they're finding books that they're just pulling. Like left and right, they're pulling books. They've been using these books for years.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
Well, no, I mean because I mean my argument, because like I said, there's some things that maybe I don't understand or haven't seen. Like I didn't know that they had already like started pulling like books. I thought this was to keep certain books from being entered into the
Nope.
schools.
Nope.
You know, to
They've
start.
already started pulling books. They've already started pulling lots and lots of books. Same books that's been used in curriculum for like 20 years.
Yeah. Well,
They're pulling them.
and you know the thing is, because I mean, I know my son will learn a lot more history than the average kid, but you know that still presents a problem because my son still has to live with kids that are, you know, try to work along with kids, hire kids, or you know, these the same group of people to for him to have to deal with that can't see the world in a certain way because they've been trained to see it a whole nother way.
Look at this picture. It says, "You're not black if you never ate a squirrel." I don't think that's a racial thing. Look at the picture.
You're not from the South.
Yeah. Yep.
Cause shoot,
Shit.
my dad, shoot, he makes that squirrel jambalaya. Oh my
Damn.
goodness. Yeah, man. Or he's had it with the with raccoon. So I mean,
It says obvious things that affect my mental health: amount of sleep, eating habits, stress about work. Things that also affect my mental health: the news, exercising, family, drama, alcohol, support system, getting outside. I don't know. I think that's a little all over the place, but definitely, all things in moderation is what I'll say. I don't like none of them cookies. They all nasty.
shit, I'd fuck them up.
I don't like them cookies.
I get some every Christmas.
Some of the elephants are evolving to not grow tusks.
Well, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, so the scientists are noticing that humans are having an impact on the evolution of the elephants because some of them aren't growing tusks. What does it say? We won't go to school with Negroes. Oh shit! What did I do?
Who was that, Biden?
No, that was an old picture of some kids. It's probably not that old. It looks like that could have been in the
70s.
Yep. Wait, let's look at the
60s or
cars in the
70s.
background. That's in the 60s. Looking at those cars. Yeah. 50s, 60s. That wasn't that long ago. It says, never forget, many people alive today were alive when Jim Crow was in full force. And when these same people were born, former enslaved people were still alive. We are not that far removed from this history. It is the truth, and it should be taught.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna tell you, there's still some grandparents around that was living through this time that might be the nanny or for these kids, and that's they still teaching all this stuff to some of these kids. I'm hoping that percentage is getting smaller and smaller, but there's I mean, there's some kids that's still learning this crap. I mean, like I just told you a little while ago, some little kid called my son a nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, he ain't just make the word up and decide to use it the way he used it.
Yep. Had to come from somewhere. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it.
Yeah, man. That's
I hope I don't get in
cool.
trouble. They gave me a freaking They gave me a freaking
strike.
copyright strike. Yeah, they gave me a copyright strike the other day. If I get 2
On what
more of
video?
those, they'll delete my channel. So I got 90 days to not get another strike. Hopefully I won't. I mean, I still played some videos in this video, but I'm gonna be playing less and less videos because they're getting on my ass about that shit. He said on that evolution note, how do people have 60% DNA match with a banana, but nothing in common with T-Rex? It's Satan's kingdom because all the pole stars that we cycle through are located around the Draco star constellation. The dragon has always been the way shower. Brother, you are in our domain because me and Pat be on this kind of shit. So yeah, so like
The
you know what I think?
serpent.
I saw a post that said, I'm convinced the T-Rex was a big chicken. and and that's funny, but it could be true. It could be true. Imagine if the T-Rex was just like a rooster, bro. You know, with feathers and everything, but it was fucking 3 stories tall. Nigga, what? And if anybody who ever dealt with a rooster know they ain't nothing easy to deal with, and they just be like, what? Some inches tall. So if you had a fucking 3-story rooster, it ain't nothing you could deal. You wouldn't be able to deal with that.
Yeah, well, I probably would relate it more to like a condor or a phoenix, eagle. I probably personally would probably start with one of those because I mean,
Well, you got to look at the body, the morphology of it, because they still don't understand like the way they do the T-Rex, and they it's like it's got those little arms, and it doesn't really make sense because those arms will be useless as fuck. They're trying to say that they were using it for mating or some shit, but birds, chickens, they have their little like wings that can't, they can jump, but they can't really fly. You know what I mean? Those
I
little arms that they have for the T-Rex could have been wings, little useless wings.
I
He
mean,
said,
guess we could say the same thing for our arms. They're
but the morphology is different. It says, I imagine T-Rex an intelligent with palm lines and side chicks. He probably was. Who knows? They probably was intelligent.
Well,
Shit,
no,
they
I'm sure
probably.
that I'm sure they were. I mean, because if it was the primary, the superior animal on the planet, when they were here, of course, I mean the intelligence. I mean, just because, I mean, just like dogs, I mean, their intelligences are probably higher than our own, but just because they don't have hands to be able to write and mouths to talk doesn't mean that their perception of the world is any different than ours. So I mean, and that's with any animal. So like we can, maybe even down to even insects, like there's a consciousness in everything that exists. So I think it's more so how they're able to respond to uh, the ability to answer or whatever is what really defines what intelligence is today. But
And we like to think that we just,
we're better than
that,
everything, everybody,
yeah.
every other creature, and I don't think that's true. I mean, there's everything has its purpose and does what it does at its job at a high level. Well, except for us humans right now. I think at some point we did really, we've devolved a lot as well. It's just, as much as we're talking about these different birds, animals, whatever. Uh, you said morphing. You used the word. You said morphing, right?
No, I said morphology. It has to do with like the bones. It has to do with like, see, we have like the number of bones, like in our, like in evolution, those
No,
type of things can't change. Like we have the 2 bones in our forearm, and we have the you
Yeah.
know, and then we have the phalanges down here. Like all of that came from our evolution. Like all the way latest ancestor had all of these exact same, you know,
Yeah.
morphology.
Well, yeah. So I mean, because you started off with talking about the elephant and its tusks, and them not, really growing them the way that they used to. Well, I think there's a lot of, because I think it's probably more so a lot of them are not in their natural habitat to begin with, because I think a lot of them actually were here in America, just like camels and other other animals that they don't have here the way they used to. So most of them are hybridized, if that we can consider that a word, to where they're devolving along with humanity because of us, because of the actions we take makes them.
He said T-Rex had the largest head, biggest brain. He probably told Tesla what to do.
he said, Tesla.
He said T-Rex had a brain that weighed as much as a 1-ton truck.
Is that fact?
I wouldn't argue with him on that. That sounds about right.
I mean, T-Rex, what was his average height? Is this something that's 20 feet, 30 feet tall, or what?
I would have to look all that up. I never,
Well,
me.
I mean, that's fine.
I don't like to speculate.
We'll take it. We'll take his word for it for now.
But another thing is birds have less dense bones, right? So they can be bigger and still not weigh that much. You know what I mean? Because their bone structure is lighter.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe it's not really bones that they even have. It's,
it might be like a cartilage or whatever.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'm gonna wrap it. We're right at 4 hours. I don't want to go to no 5 hours because we keep talking. We're gonna end up here for another hour. So it's 2:30, and
check with me tomorrow. I don't know how my day is gonna go. So I'll see, because I gotta get this load that I have. I gotta get it off as soon as possible. So, but either way, you know what? If I guess the later I'm driving, the more I can, do this, but not be on camera. You know what I'm saying? Like we can have the conversation, and I can still drive
shit!
or whatever.
I think Josh left. I think he left. He gonna drop a bomb on us and then leave? Oh no, he's still here. He said, "You gotta wonder if the story about Jesus was all prophecy, since it's about the constellation Cepheus, the one who comes rule. The point star becomes the next pole star." Bro, this is what I study, and you are 100% right, bro. Like, I guess, a lot of people just don't want to, they don't want to.
Most people don't want to accept it because the way it's been taught. I think it's the way that it's taught is why the misconceptions are there, and there ends up being so much, back and forth.
Sun, the constellation, the precession of the equinox, the Jesus, the fish, Pisces, all that shit. If you really want to understand the Bible, then you have to look at the constellations, and then you'll understand the Bible a lot better.
Yeah, because even when you think about when the star shoots through Virgo, that's considered the virgin birth. You know what I'm saying? Like what do they call it? The Immaculate Conception.
Yeah, the Immaculate Conception.
You know what I'm saying? Like
you're right. You're right. He says the Book of Revelation is all astronomy.
Yeah,
Well,
but most people don't realize that the writing style that they had during that time when the Bible first originated was like they characterized, they made it into like these different attributes into people so that it could become more relatable, but it wasn't meant to be literal. And that's where the problem ensues, is that they've made it just like it's all literal for some people anyway, and that's just the wrong way to go with it.
Confusion.
Yeah.
Where you at? You look like you're in a bookstore.
I'm
It's a
actually
truck
in a
stop.
it's a travel plaza, I guess you can say. It's a little small little place. I'm in West Virginia. Um, it's yeah, they got a few little things over. It's like a little store.
Like
I
a
guess you could
Bucky's.
no, I mean, there's nothing like Bucky's anywhere. Like Bucky's is its own entity, so don't you dare talk shit about.
He said, Revelations, Immaculate Conception, 12:1. The Virgin clothed in the sun with the moon at her feet. Constellation Virgo, also called Bethlehem. Somebody's been
Bro,
reading books.
yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to, in the beginning of our conversation, I think that I may have prejudged you, and I apologize. You have some knowledge that most people don't have, and I have to applaud people when they've done their studies
Because I
and
have to usually, because Josh, we usually got to argue with people about stuff like this. So, like, if you would have
yeah.
came at this a different way, then we would have came at you a different way. But we can't argue. We can't even argue with what you're saying
At all.
He says the dragon's tail that takes out 1/3 of the stars is the dragon Draco, falling below horizon with 4 of the 12 zodiac signs, or 1 of 3, 1/3.
Yeah, Coptic Christianity was like one of the last bastions of teaching it the proper way.
Because that's what they were doing. Because what people have to understand is we didn't have, like, the way they did things was different. How they taught you was through stories, through allegory, through and it was all spoken word. So it was all like a class, but they would teach you by using allegory, using stories.
What's metaphor, like you know what I'm saying, like
Metaphors,
yeah, it's pretty much like
analogies.
analogies. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Like, I mean, that's still today a good way to teach people, because when you're able to relate it to from one thing to another, it gives you a different perspective and able to put it in context a little more based just on that.
So the
But
ancients knew way more about the constellations than we do today. Like, even with the scientists out, we got really great telescopes and stuff now, but they had intricate knowledge of the constellations way the fuck back. Way back.
yeah, but I'm also in the belief that there's technologies that has existed before ours. Like, this is like a rebuild of worlds that has existed that was
I
way
think so
more
too.
advanced than
I think so
what.
too.
Yeah. So I mean, and of course, based on the way that you know we're positioned in that zodiac, as far as like the era, the age, what what eon that we're living within, the energies are different, so people respond to these different changes in our, you know,
I
the
hate that he
different aspects.
started down this road. Night is talking about the tribe of Israel. Man, we can go all night on this, bro. I'm gonna have to wrap it. I'm gonna have to wrap. This is
Yeah.
my area too, Josh. So come
We
back and
love
join.
we love this conversation. So
Come back
maybe
and
we can
join
pick up
us
on this tomorrow.
tomorrow. Maybe we'll pick this up tomorrow. I'll come on tomorrow at about 11 or so,
Yeah,
and
man.
maybe that's what I'll make the topic. Maybe we'll talk about, because Jay Lethal did a show on Monday and he was talking about the Bible and he was pulling scriptures and stuff. And I was trying to watch his show, but I could only make it so far in his show because he was stuck on the Jesus, and all that stuff. So I was like, man, it was hard for me to watch the show. So maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe that's what we'll do. I'll pull some stuff. I'll pull some research so we can educate some people about this stuff that Joshua was talking about. Because this stuff you're saying, Josh, most people don't know, I would say.
Yeah, and that leads into a lot of the misconceptions of our world as well. People thinking that, they have to sit back and wait on a savior, and like a
All
lot of these
that.
things. Yeah, like and that's like the sickness in which we're living in, because like we're each other's savior. We're our own savior, and we gotta, like, the power of God lives within each one of us. So we have to make the actions. We have to, you know, we have to be the ones to make it happen, to manifest it.
And Josh, the way I would say it is, I would say the universe is mind. The universe is mind. That's how I would say that. You said spiritual sight equals mind sight, the only sight remaining after death. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying I would word it different. I would say the universe is mind, and it's forever. So there's no beginning or end to it.
Yeah.
Anyways, like I say, bro, Josh,
Yeah, I got to get
come
off
back
because I mean, as long as I'm on here, my phone is not going to be charging.
and come back and join us, bro. I really appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for being a part of the show today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So peace and love, everybody. I'm gonna play a couple songs to wrap it up. And we'll be back on tomorrow about 11. And we'll be back on Friday about 1 a.m. and Saturday about 1 a.m. All right, Pat. Thank you for being here. This was a good
Most
show
definitely.
today. I didn't even
It
think
really
it was gonna
was.
be. Yeah. Seeing the dead return requires mind sight. People return made whole. That sounds like the topic of the show tomorrow. I don't know. I'm gonna come back and look at this comments and figure out what I want to make the show about. But yeah, peace and love, y'all. Y'all have a good one. I gotta wrap.
Hey, Josh, share with your friends.
Like, comment, and share. Yeah.
We're trying to build our channel, and we need people like you to keep coming back, and also to share it with your friends and family. That hopefully that we can all come together and
Right.
grow a community that we all can be proud of.
Because we agree way more than we disagree. If we can talk about it, if we can get it out and talk about it. I know that for a fact. If you was born over here in the United States, we agree more than we disagree, for sure, without a doubt. And all that division is just sown with the media and shit. So yeah, this is gonna be it. I'm gonna play a couple songs to wrap it up. All right, Pat.
All right, man. See you tomorrow.
Hopefully, right? You sounded kind of doubted. You sound like you was doubting he was gonna be. Man, I'm all right if you can't make it.
In the back of my mind, I was actually gonna say, if you need anything, you let me know. You know how to reach me. But I was just like, well, he should know that shit anyway.
Yeah,
But,
I know that already. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where the pause came from.
All right, man. Have a
All
good
right,
one.
bro. You too, man.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming. Peace and love. This is what we do pretty much every day. Well, not every day. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is when I do the show. And it's all about community, and it's all about talking and getting it out. Therapy and education. So thank y'all for being here. Peace and love.
Strap your boots on, we finna march. We finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march. We finna march, it's time to march. It's better to gun, never to run. So here we come, to sever the lung. Meticulous to the letter, ridiculous think you ever get with this lyricist. I really think I'll be feeling this shit forever. Gotta get my shit together, regardless of the weather. And if I think my mental's clever, smoking a switcher, sweet on leather. The niggas can't keep me tethered. I'll fuck around, pull the levers. Hot while you niggas wearing sweaters. And they got people in place wherever. I really wanna shake the ladder, or maybe it makes me smarter. Really it makes me harder, make me better to raise my daughter. You people gon' check the order. How many wanna be a martyr? How many is getting larger? Any respect the father. Strap your boots on, we finna march. We finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march. We finna march, it's time to march. Live slide, situation, faces and names. Live slide, catching cases, chasing them games. Why you gotta kill for 15 seconds of fame? And why I keep it real but still expecting to change? Why do I feel like redirecting my pain? Smiling while I'm saying to myself I'm insane. Hating for your health, you can't help but be lame. Obsessed with the wealth and it's melting your brain. I done heard them discussions about cases and planes, and I done seen repercussions. I ain't touching the game. Choose the pictures you like, we just making the frame. You can have a light, but we taking the flame. Strap your boots on, we finna march. We finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march. We finna march, it's time to march.
It's better than gun, never to run. Either way, fall to the righteous ones. I'm a soldier, dressed in fatigue until my boots ain't scared of no one. Ready for war, even if I'm asleep. Waking up, busting these niggas on sight. I'm shining like a motherfucker, even the blind can see the light. Y'all think I'm ready, but we come with the heat that make y'all do it again. Remain the same as we keep it real. The format bitch niggas could never win. And I'm always ready to attack, making sure that you ain't coming back. Even these bitches don't get no slag when these boots are fucking black.
Nickel.
And now, another major production.
I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money, it's not always the business. Yeah, forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Yes. Yeah. Chaka not talking while he's so distant. Yeah. Chaka be talking but they don't listen. Yeah. He's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten. The city's in my sight as if I was a pigeon. Your role is cast. Your dialogue is written, it's past control. You're like a Sims minion, what to do now but roam around in and out of buildings. Seemingly living, touching ceilings, but there's no feeling. Willing and dealing, but really there's no winning. I'm sinning and sinning, so what I'm defending stuff's like prison, stuck in the life out of reverence. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money, it's not always the business. They say they do it for the money and the power. I'm just trying to get some peace in the shower. Protect what's mine without being a coward. Watch loved ones take time to breathe in the flowers. I've seen these G's get knee deep in powder because he needs to succeed in ours. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Watch I come through and do like I do. Watch he come through and lose like he do. I'm a Hebrew, he just evil. We both hate people and church steeples. One thing certain, demons lurking. They be stressing, we be surfing. She be twerking and it look like it's hurting. I be perping, close the curtain. They give you lithium to get rid of that shit? I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings, Pay close attention to your feelings, I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings, Pay close attention to your feelings, I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, you boys think you real. What is real? Whatever it is, it's not you. For real. You know what I'm saying? KCE, we coming. It's the takeover, bitch. Y'all ain't ready. This is some whole new shit. For real.